Parks Commission, July 19th, 2023.
I have to warn you that occasionally their system is freaking out and goes, "Wah."
Oh, really?
So
Wow,
it
it's like the
happened again.
buzzer. It's it's like the hot seat.
Yeah.
When
So don't
that happens, we have to vote against the project.
Yes,
All right,
I'll call a lifeline.
yeah, that's true. All right, so let's do a roll call first.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Chair Grumbine,
Present?
Vice Chair House,
Here.
Commissioner Butler,
Here.
Commissioner Dorden,
Present.
Commissioner Drury,
Here.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Here.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Here.
Commissioner McClure,
Here.
and Commissioner Uli.
Here.
We have quorum. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we will try to keep this, unlike the last meeting, moving quickly.
Yeah.
And so, all right, we'll start with item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject that's within our jurisdiction but is not on our current calendar. Anyone from the public wishing to discuss? All right.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. We do have one public speaker slip for Mr. Rick Clausen. Mr. Clausen, if you don't mind coming up to the microphone, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
With your indulgence, I may need 3 minutes. I
All right.
believe the commission mishandled the requirement for story poles on any AUD, but specifically with the concept review project at 320 West Carrillo, presented at your last meeting. If we step back for a moment, I think that when the commission makes a proper decision and using established standards and procedures within its purview, and that decision is later reversed by a city council appeal, I'm sure that you feel disappointed. I too am wounded when this commission that I greatly respect does not get that respect from the council for properly performing its duty that it has delegated to you. Here, I believe you ignored and disrespected the council not to formally address story poles for that project as required in City Council Resolution number 17006, which specifically deals with AUD incentive program projects. In its resolution, the council expressed its will and created a straightforward process to determine when and if story poles are required. It's 2 simple steps with binary choices. First, does the project meet any one of 7 criteria that would require story poles? If yes, go to Section 2. Section 2 asks, does the project meet any of the next 5 listed criteria that would exempt it from story poles? If yes, the project may proceed without story poles. If no, story poles are required. This is essentially an objective ministerial review. Section 3 of the council's resolution specifies, quote, for projects that require planning commission comments, as this one did, the story poles shall be installed on the development site prior to the planning commission hearing. You referred this project to that body without performing the steps considering story poles as required. I have explained this dilemma in an email to the Planning Commission. If those commissioners agree story poles might be indicated, the applicant must be instructed quickly to install them before Planning Commission review. You made no deliberative findings, and yet you all but promised the applicant that there would be no requirement for story poles. I looked high and low in the council's resolution, and I could not find a section that says the review board may negotiate with the applicant to find a substitute for story poles. Personally, I believe the answer to the questions are yes, there are 3 criteria that require story poles for this project, and no, there are no criteria that exempt the project, but this is a procedural issue. The commission did not follow the procedure required by the city council in its resolution. Let me finish with 3 brief points. Number 1, it is unfortunate that HLC was not cautioned more strongly by city staff to its procedural obligation and the important story pole timeline during the meeting. Number 2, the discussed impact of state legislation on the project approval process was not only irrelevant, but not part of the HLC design review purview. Don't want to rile up the natives? Really? Staff advice on this would have been appropriate too. And finally, number 3, the current standard meeting procedure where public comment on projects is allowed only between the applicant's presentation and HLC discussion forces speakers like me to raise possibly important issues only after all the decisions are made. This perhaps placing commissions in awkward positions. I don't know the remedy for those problems. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. And if anyone participating virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Or, I'm sorry, speak on general business, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and we did not receive written correspondence. So with that, I will turn it back to the commission. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I guess to staff, is there any, we'll close public comment, and then to staff, is there any, well, I guess I would ask for, not necessarily off the cuff, but unless it's easy, if you could send an explanation that answers or responds to what the member of the public, Mr. Clausen, just said about those procedural things especially. I think I know some of the answers, but I didn't want to get into it necessarily, but
Just to clarify, you're requesting that staff reach out to the public comment presenter and explain the procedure for what was expected of about story polls?
and to us as well.
Okay,
So
absolutely.
give sort of a analysis of both those comments that were said and also the responses from city staff point of view.
Absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, item B, approval of the consent calendar, July 19th, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Drury, second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion, any edits?
I'll just briefly go over the actions that were taken.
Oh, yeah,
at the.
sorry.
You were-
Sorry, it's taking minutes.
We did not have minutes on this agenda because of the quick turnaround time from the
Gotcha.
special meeting last week. So, but for the consent calendar, we had item A, 1816 Santa Barbara Street, which received project design approval and final approval. Item B, 1514 Garden Street, received project design approval and final approval. Item C, 21 East Sola Street, was continued 2 weeks with comments. Item D, 707 East Valerio Street, received project design approval and final approval. Item E, 1915 Chapala Street, received project design approval and final approval. Item F, 1720 Laswin Road, received project design approval and final approval. And item G, 1720 Laswin Road, received project design approval and continued indefinitely for final approval.
All right, thank you. All right, under discussion, any discussion? Questions? Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we maybe should recognize that there was a letter addressed to us regarding one of those items, 1915 Chapala Street. They just
Yeah.
recognize the fact that it was.
Yep, good point.
And that project, or the public comment was acknowledged at the hearing as well, at the
Yep.
consent hearing as
Thank
well.
you.
Great, thank you. Okay, on to item C, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances, withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Staff has two brief announcements.
Oh,
I
yeah.
apologize, Commissioner Jordan. The first announcement is that we spoke with the design review supervisor, Ellen Kokinda, about your request to have the State Street discussion return. She's going to coordinate with various staff members who are working on both the State Street Master Plan and these interim design guidelines. And once we get organized, we'll return to the commission with that discussion item. And the second announcement is that 710 State Street is going to the Planning Commission on August 17th. And we would like to have a couple of commissioners volunteer to be available at that meeting for questions. Commissioners Ensberg and Uli made the motion, and Commissioners House and Lenvik were absent. So if anyone is available to
So I'm off the
attend.
hook.
You are off the hook.
What was the date? I'm sorry.
August 17th.
Yeah.
What was 17?
August 17th, and this was for what again?
710 State Street, let me pull up the project description very briefly. The scope is to construct a 32,799 square foot, 4-story, 66-room hotel, including a restaurant/bar and conference rooms on 6 lots totaling 3,004 square feet. The project also includes 16 parking spaces on the ground floor. A lot merger is required for the properties at 710 through 720 State Street and at 15 East Ortega Street. The 44,455 square foot buildings at 710 State Street, including 19 East Ortega, and the 1,000 square foot building at 19 East Ortega are proposed to be demolished. The remaining 6,071 square feet of existing non-residential development will remain 714 through 720 State Street. The project is zoned CG, et cetera. And I can pull up the minutes if you would like to review the motion as well.
That's not a bad idea.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
how long ago was that?
Yeah.
Did we last review that?
Yeah, what's that?
Ms. Rydell?
Yes, Mr. Drury, or Commissioner Drury.
Yeah, how long ago did we last see that item?
Pulling that up now.
Wasn't like
It
maybe
looks like the
3.
project was reviewed
It's
on,
restoration hardware in the
Yeah.
press room.
it looks like it was reviewed on December 7th, 2022, and I can pull up those minutes
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
you
let's
give me
take a look
just
at
a
this.
moment.
It's been a while.
Yeah, that's one, I remember.
It's where the press room is still existing. Yeah, it's wrapped around it.
Yes. Chair Grumbine, Ms. Rydell, what was the date that it's going to PC, please?
August 17th.
And what time of day?
I believe Planning Commission starts at 1 PM. I don't know what time the,
Got it, okay. I would be available.
so on the screen now, we have the minutes from that hearing. It looks like it was continued to the Planning Commission with the following comments. In general, my mic is
I
not.
don't think we need to.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Should not get into discussion about it.
Perfect. All right. So if we can just get two commissioners or anyone who's available
Yeah, so
to
it's
attend the
her-
hearing and answer questions.
I think we'll go to, first try to Commissioner Ensberg if she's up for it, because she made the motion.
I would do it
If you want to.
unless Commissioner Lundvik wants to.
He wasn't
Oh,
there.
who was
Might be
the-
Beth.
We should send you there.
Who was the second on the motion?
Uli.
Commissioner
Oh,
Uli.
it was Robert. Oh, Commissioner Uli, if you would like to, okay. All right, well
All right,
then,
thank you.
okay.
All right. So we have Commissioners Butler and Ensberg volunteering to attend that PC hearing. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Provide those materials to us.
Absolutely.
Although, Commissioner Butler, were you on HLC? You were on HLC, okay. Okay, good, just want to make sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's all blurs now. Okay, great, thank you both. Okay, continued announcements, requests by applicants.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I
Commissioner Doran.
must depart today at 5:15.
Well, we'll be done by
You think
then.
so, huh?
All right, thank you, Commissioner Jordan.
I'm willing to depart earlier.
All right, we'll see what we can do here. Any other announcements, et cetera?
One other, Chair Grumbine, is this maybe this should be under subcommittee. We had the discussion about possibly forming a little group to talk about the existing outdoor dining
Yeah, for the,
license agreement, ODLA. Would that be
I
better
think
under
that's
the
gonna,
next group?
my guess is for the existing State Street stuff,
Yeah, okay.
that's going to be part of the bigger conversation. And actually, that brings up, I did want to make sure I clarified. So we're going to be having an agendized discussion of ongoing working with the City Council Subcommittee, State Street Group, or whatever that ends up being the name of it, is that subcommittee Brown Act that they asked for, the Brown Act group. I think that City Council requested, whatever it was, last 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. So what we're going to want to be is we're going to want to make sure that we're, as they're meeting, that we're meeting and discussing stuff, and a representative or whoever is is helping them to understand what HLC's thoughts are on their discussions, on the items that they're going to be discussing, basically. And so I think the agendized meeting might be a good one to start, once things start to settle on the, on that group, that subcommittee group, and it'll be a way of us kind of being able to give input. So that's, and sort of more real time than we did last time. I know last time was during COVID, they were meeting, and then I ended up being sent to meet with them, I don't know, it was October, November, as part of that meeting. So we just want to establish a good connection with what, all that's happening. So we're up to date and part of the conversation.
Sorry, I'm a little confused. So are you talking?
Don't worry, so are we. Because it starts
We're all
with,
good company.
yeah.
So the State Street discussion item that took place, a couple hearings ago, that is planning to return after staff is coordinated and
Oh,
kind of figured
gotcha.
out more
Okay.
information.
Okay.
It sounds like you're proposing a new subcommittee in addition to the already existing State Street Advisory Subcommittee?
No, sorry, now I understand what you were saying. So that announcement was talking about, that was answering HLC's request from when when they saw the State Street stuff, when I was gone.
Correct.
And then it's answering that. Okay, got it, perfect. Okay, so then I guess I thought you were answering the request I made last week, which was to be kept up to date and apprised of everything that's going, as it forms, as the State Street Group Subcommittee forms out of council, that group that they talked about forming. They talked about it, and it was part of the motion, I think, too, to form this Brown Act State Street Subcommittee. And,
I think we've got some clarification coming in.
if she hears it long enough.
Okay,
Yeah.
good
you.
afternoon, Commissioners, Ellen Kokinda. Yes, I understand the request, and I think this is all new and trying to get the city's team together first and trying to coordinate, so I understand the request and making sure that this interest has been expressed and that I will bring this there, so the conversation can continue. So I understand the HLC wants to be able to continue to pursue and thinking about this and how does that work. I don't have a perfect answer for you today, but just know that I
Okay,
understand the
great.
request.
It's in the mix, great, okay, thank you. And thank you for putting up with my totally wrong attribution of what was going on there. Okay, great. Other
Chair.
announcements, yes.
Seems to me it would be a prudent idea for me to give you a little more information on that item on the consent calendar. Was it 1915 Chapala? The architect was a no-show at the time his agenda item came up, and there were 5 public members there to speak. And basically, it's a church on Chapala just below Mission that is being converted to 30-some hotel rooms, something like that. And we don't know exactly, what's that?
I think it was 34.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what the objections of those public members were, other than that one letter that we did receive. And I was thinking that since you all got that letter, I might just fill you in on this. I struggled with whether or not to continue this, to give the public members an opportunity. They didn't want to hang around, and the guy did show up later in the meeting and made his presentation. And it was not clear it was totally our purview, views from hotel windows into their private spaces, and they always have the avenue of appealing at city council, so.
And just for some additional information, I did reach out to all of those members that left their contact information behind. I heard from one after the hearing and explained the appeal process, and also she expressed that her concerns were about the change of use. I explained that that's not part of the HLC's purview, but provided any information that they would need to appeal the item, so.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that update, too. Commissioner Lennick?
Regarding that item, that's a change of use, as I understand it. And wouldn't that require the parking lot landscaping to be upgraded to current standards?
Yes, and that was part of their proposal.
It didn't reflect in their drawings, however.
They did include a parking lot landscaping plan.
Yeah, but not a parking space, not a planting space every 8 spaces, not planting along the side of the building. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the ordinance regarding parking lot landscaping that didn't appear to me to be addressed. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a grenade.
I'm not totally sure how to
So I-
proceed with that. The consent calendar has been, we can reopen the consent calendar if you guys want to revise your approval. The project was deemed complete for project design approval and
Well-
final approval.
Let me respond to that a little bit, that
We want to avoid the conversation.
No, I know. Commissioner McClure had questions about the completeness of the landscaping plans, but I asked if it was sufficient information for him to give it a final approval, and determined it was, so.
But if I could interject, but anything like upgrading the parking to modern standards, I would have thought that would have been a request of the staff, and we didn't think on those terms.
Yeah,
Well-
so it was from the design aspect you were approving. So I guess it's a question to staff it would be to, I guess, to look into that, to see if there was.
Yes.
If it was in fact, because we were approving for design. So if for some reason there is some loophole, or there's some reason that why they don't have to do that, then this would stand, but if not, then it would have to come back anyways.
In the old days, if certain landscape items were not part of the design, in other words, 3 foot of planting along the side of a building, in a driveway, or whatever, if those things weren't there, then it was the prerogative of the Design Review Board to waive those requirements if alternative landscaping was provided and shown. And oftentimes, people got away with not doing anything in a change of use parking lot. And I'm simply saying, I think that we should be aware that either we're granting a waiver on some of the landscape requirements that are in the zoning ordinance parking section, or not, you know.
Okay, so I think that's a question to
So
staff.
we also have the option to reopen the approval of the consent calendar, approve all of the items except for item E, if you would all like to see that come back to the consent
No, I don't
calendar
wanna see it
with
come back.
revised landscaping plan.
And just to add to that, it is generally something we do as part of our zoning review to go through, because the parking lot landscaping is within the zoning ordinance, so it's part of our review. And if there are questions about discrepancies or that we missed it, then it's something that, again, by pulling it from this particular consent calendar, we can re-verify that it's not an issue. But again, it would allow the opportunity at the next, your next full commission hearing to approve the item, or just kind of affirm that if we don't see any discrepancies.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan. That way we can pull it out, keep everything else moving, and then it can come back if there was an issue, and then you could look into it.
Don't pull it on my behalf.
Okay, well,
It would require probably if you've already approved the consent calendar minutes, I just want to acknowledge that, so.
If you don't want to reopen the approval of the consent calendar, and you would just like staff to,
Look into
follow up with an email and verify that the parking lot landscaping
that's-
meets our zoning ordinance, I can absolutely do that.
okay, perfect. Let's do that. Okay. Thank you. All right, on to any other announcements, et cetera? We're falling behind, so.
I did have one
Oh, yes,
very
please.
brief little announcement. I just wanted to take a moment to share with all of you that a very dear colleague of all of ours, architect Lori Kari, passed away this last weekend. And I think many of you know her. She was just a selfless, incredible person and a great designer who shockingly has left. So I just want to let you know there'll be lots more coming. I'm sure AIA and the Architectural Foundation, Santa Barbara Beautiful, the Bowl, so many things she was involved with, will be doing something on her behalf, so we can, but just so you know. Thank you.
for doing this.
And Mr. Chair, if I could make one other
Sure.
last announcement. So I do want to acknowledge that for the last 6 months, we've been down one ABR member. We had someone leave, and then we just didn't happen to have any applicants. We did do a spring recruitment. We did not have anyone show up for the required interview portion, despite having people apply. So we're doing a special recruitment for one ABR board member. It's someone who they would need to have professional qualifications, and we're very much, I'm happy to talk to anyone who might be interested, and also looking for your support, or if you know others, to please send them my way.
You're retired, right?
No.
All right.
My wife.
All right, thank you for that.
I was retired.
All right. Okay, on to subcommittee reports. Any subcommittee meet and
Mr.
report?
Chair?
Yes. Commissioner?
The designation subcommittee met, but sadly, I was not there. And so would ask Commissioner Butler or Dordan or Lindvik to chime in if there's anything in particular that we should know about what happened.
Mr. Chair, I'll be glad to try to respond. We met yesterday and reviewed Mills grant applications and approved, I believe there were 14, I believe, in that list, a number of which will require going before City Council because they exceed the threshold for property values. That appears to be a growing issue as real estate values increase in this town. We also discussed several other issues basically related to reviewing best practices for designation and number of items of business for the designation subcommittee. And so I expect that the full commission will reap the benefits of our meeting as items come before us in the coming weeks, and we'll be glad to explain different items as they come up.
Great. All right. Thank you for that report. We're looking forward to seeing them. And any other subcommittee reports? All right, on to item 1, project design approval and final approval for 2151 Mission Ridge Road. All right, so this is listed on the Historic Resources Inventory, constructed in 1922 in Spanish Colonial Revival style. Proposal to construct a new detached 1,000 square foot, 2-story accessory structure associated with an existing 5,000 square foot single unit residence consisting of a garage and bathroom at the ground level and a gym art studio at the second level. Project includes driveway extension. The staff hearing officer approved a modification on May 31st, 2023 to allow the accessory building to be located in the secondary front yard. The proposed total of 5,500 square feet on a 38,000 square foot lot is 112% of the max guideline floor to lot area ratio. Project design approval and final approval are requested. Project compatibility findings are required. Project was last reviewed on December 21st, 2022. So, and if we want, we can, so welcome, if you want to introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Will Soffren. I'm the designer.
Okay, great. And then if we have any comments from staff, otherwise we can jump to the meeting minutes from the last, from the motion. Okay, so it was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. The commission appreciates the study of Edwards and Plunkett's work. 2, simplify the design so it's less complex than main house. 3, the commission appreciates the asymmetry of the design and breaking up the massing. 4, minimize or eliminate the tower element as it is too elaborate for a secondary building. 5, minimize or eliminate the use of arches. 6, the commission appreciates the dropping of the mass and breaking of the roof line as it is an improvement and more appropriate for the secondary building to be smaller than the main house. 7, study eliminating the wall and corbel pop-out. 8, restudy the 2-story volume space within the garage and study the wall plane. 9, the doors, muntins, and windows are acceptable as proposed. 10, restudy the Juliet balcony and curved railing. There was a motion by House, second by Dordan, 600. Drury, Manuel, and Uli were absent. The motion carried. All right, so with that, and then so for those who were absent, please let us know if you will be voting or watch the.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
And who else was it?
Mr. Emanuel or Commissioner
Oh, yep, yeah,
Yeah.
he's, yeah.
He's
And then Commissioner McClure?
Right, I was not here,
Okay,
and I did not review.
okay, so it'll just be questions only for those. Okay, great. Okay, so with that, why don't you walk us through your presentation, especially how you address those comments and what has changed? And you'll have 15 minutes, but you don't have to use it all because we're already late.
Great. And one question is, there was a public comment, so does that get brought up now or after I present?
After your presentation.
Okay.
Chair Grumbine?
Yes, Commissioner
Can we get
Inford.
the monitors to work? Is yours working?
Yeah, mine's working.
excellent.
Yeah, so maybe.
Power on?
If we only had paper drawings.
Give it a break.
Okay, so our site plan remains mostly what it was before. We've reduced the structure, the footprint, the massing. A big consideration for modifications were the comments and feedback that were offered by the commissioners, but also, as we'll address with the public comment, a neighbor had come in, she had written a letter and also voiced her concerns about the scale and sizing of the project. So following the last commission meeting, that neighbor and myself met. We talked about her ideas and her suggestions. I met with the homeowners, and we worked together to collaboratively incorporate her requests into the project. So site plan is pretty much the same. Oops, sorry. Let's see. Let's see. So floor plan now, we've gone from a 3-car garage to a 2-car garage. And what we've done here is, in the previous iteration, we had a loggia on the ground level that faced the rear property line. Instead, now what we've done is we've changed the orientation so that we have a 2-car garage, and we have a loggia that faces the primary structure, so that any activity that's going on with that outdoor space will be directed more towards the house, and the neighbor will not have to deal with the noise or the fallout from kids screaming and having a lot of fun. What we've done is as a result, we used to have a staircase that was on the western facade. And what we've done is we've moved the staircase to the southern facade. So you'll walk up the stairs and you'll come into the art studio creative space for the homeowner. And there is a covered porch that, again, is facing the primary structure and not the neighbor's property. Through this redesign or new approach to the design, we have dramatically simplified the structure. Commissioner Lenvik had voiced a comment at the last meeting talking about how sort of overcomplicated the structure was for a garage. So we've really removed, the corbels, the ornate elements, the Juliet balconies, simplified the structure. So, and what we're looking at right now is the northern elevation. So when you arrive at the garage, we've got the 2 garage doors, and we do have that blank wall that is part of the wall where the loggia is, but that allows sort of like a blank driveway parking space for, honestly, like kids' bicycles. That was sort of my justification for that space. And then we're looking at the east elevation, so you're looking at the loggia on the lower level, and then you've got the covered porch up above. The roof line, everything's been very simplified. We only have a single plate line now, a ridge with hips, really kind of dialed back all the various elements that we tried to earlier incorporate. Now we're looking at the southern elevation, and I'd like to say that when you're looking at the southern elevation, you'll see that we've got some planter baskets that are hanging right here, and the inspiration for this staircase is there's a staircase on the eastern facade of the primary structure that has this beautiful ironwork detail. So we thought it'd be really a great complement to carry that over, so that also you've got just a little bit of plantings and it's not a big slab of stucco. And then on the this is our western facade. And this area right here is sort of left blank because there is going to be the pool mechanical equipment there. So it looks bland for this elevation, but there'll be some equipment there that'll have some plant screening eventually. This is a plan showing sort of the relationship of the proposed garage to the primary structure, so you get a sense of how it sits on the site and relative to the scale and the massing of the proposed. This is the other perspective. This would be our east and west perspectives in relation, again, to the primary structure. Section views, very simple, not too much to talk about here. In regards to landscape, we plan on having no impact whatsoever to the landscape except for the artery that we will be creating to connect the driveway to the garage. That is presentation.
Okay, great. And could you just go back to the details for a second there? You went over it quickly. If you could just
Yeah.
maybe walk us through those quick.
Yeah, the details are fairly simple. These are, our plan is to emulate all the details that we have on the primary structure. So the metal railings that exist for the balconies on the primary structure, we want to do the same simple detail there. We've got clay tile roof. There's not too much here, I think, that really relates so much to detail. These are more, I would say, architectural, not aesthetic details per se. Let's see, did I have anything else here that's,
Okay, great.
that's it.
Thank you. All right, so we'll now go to public comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. If anyone in the audience would like to speak on this item, please fill out a speaker slip and turn it into me. While I'm waiting for that, I'll turn to virtual. If anyone participating on Zoom would like to speak on this item, please virtually raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then I do not have any speaker slips. We did receive written correspondence from Helen Kukulele, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission for questions. Any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury.
Yeah, it's just that one, I think it's the west elevation, with that big blank wall. What would go in front of that? I suppose landscaping of some kind?
Yes, sir. There's going to be pool mechanical equipment is going to go right here where I'm sort of waving the hand. I can show them the site plan, so then there'll be some landscapes.
talking about?
Yeah, that's the
Yes.
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you show that in site plan?
Yes, sir.
Maybe zoom in.
Let's see.
You say some sort of equipment for the pool?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how much of that big wall will be covered by this equipment?
Oh, I would say that you're going to probably see at least 6 feet head high. I mean, the pool equipment should probably not go any higher than 54 inches.
Okay.
So there would be the goal to maybe do some
Will it be
planted screening.
enclosed, like a shed structure or something?
No, sir. It would be an open hard surface pad, and then there would be some sort of maybe some hedging that
Okay.
goes around it.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, other questions? No. All right. Well, let's roll into comments. Who wants to start off? Not all at once.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll jump in,
Go
say
for
I
it.
find it
Yeah.
acceptable. I mean, simple is always good, so I think that's an appropriate approach.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think this is a fantastic improvement. Yeah, this feels like a secondary structure in the Edwards and Plunkett, realm. So, yeah, this is great. Any other comments? I did have one comment on, can you go to the elevations, of the balcony elevations? Yeah, there. So one thing is this elevation with the opening below. Yeah,
Our eastern elevation?
yeah. There we go. I think that needs a post right in the middle.
Okay.
'Cause you have a really long span, and then it'll also make it pretty even to your other elevation in terms of the spacing.
Yeah,
So,
not a problem.
and then, did you have a detail for the brackets, the wood brackets
For the corbel?
for the corbel? Yeah.
No, I don't have a detailed, a developed detail, but
Okay.
that's something I could easily.
Okay, great. And then maybe a little, can you go to the eave condition detail that you have and talk about it a little bit in terms of were you
kind of
saying
boxed.
matching? Yeah, it was boxed and then plastered. Is that stucco eave detail, is that what I remember we talked about it way
Yeah,
back when.
it's matching the existing eave stucco detail on the primary structure.
Okay,
So it is boxed like you would see right here. It's not a deep overhang at all.
Okay.
It's
Did you actually measure the depth of that boxing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Yes.
All right.
I have a question. Do you have information on the lighting on the plans?
I do not have information on the lighting on the plans. The homeowner she was sort of working on what she wanted. I can't remember. There's a local manufacturer that we'd like to use, that I used on a Dover project where they do some great.
I could think of who it was, but I'm not going to name
No,
names.
gotcha. But,
Well, I will make a motion for, yeah, I'm going to make a motion for project design approval with indefinite continuance, or could you be ready in 2 weeks, or
I can
Does
be
it-
ready in 2 weeks.
the agenda allow?
I believe our next open agenda is August 30th.
Okay.
What about consent?
Yeah, I could go to
If you can
consent.
continue to consent,
Okay,
that
yeah,
can be 2
yeah,
weeks.
yeah.
I would second
Okay, so
that.
for the applicant to bring information on the light fixtures, was something else a post in the middle of the loggia?
And the bracket detail for
And the
that.
bracket detail for that.
And then I would also ask on the railing, the handrail detail, just to make sure, well, to measure it and match the house, but show the evidence, bring a picture of it too, to show that you're matching.
Yes, sir.
Does that
Yeah,
work?
sounds good.
I'll second.
Commissioner?
Include correcting the wood post corbel.
Yeah, I got that.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, correcting it to adding one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And adding a post. And then anything else okay, so we got a second by Commissioner Drury, and then under discussion, any other discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'm
Mr.
still somewhat concerned about that big blank wall in the west elevation. I don't know what you would do, a light, a small window. We really don't have an idea of how big this machinery is. It's going to go up against that wall, and it would be a shame to lose some kind of a decorative element because of the machinery.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes, could I maybe perhaps
Awnings?
ease concerns?
Please do.
Striped on it.
I guess from my perspective, it's the back of house, it's behind there. I don't think it's really going to show, I don't think it's a problem. I think they'll have some hedging, and I don't think anyone will see it.
Okay, thank
And
you.
it's okay to have a blank wall sometimes.
It's a detail in itself.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify Commissioner Lenvick's comment about correcting the corbel and that elevation that shows the loggia.
Adding a post, he was saying.
There was he was saying correcting.
I'm saying that.
Yeah, look there, we brought that up once before, that corbel should be sitting on top of that post.
Exactly, both elevations.
I understand what you mean, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, I will correct that.
great.
Okay, any other things to add? Okay,
I'm done.
Everyone good? All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Pardon me, before we can take a roll call vote, can we go through the project compatibility findings?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
You weren't out of the,
Thank
didn't get out of the woods. So easy.
Hoist on my own petard. Consistency with design guidelines, yes, this is consistent. It's compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood. The size, mass, bulk, height, and scale are appropriate, given the context of the existing residence. And it is sensitive to its adjacent landmark on the, or historic resource on the property. Public views of the ocean and mountains don't seem to be affected. And use of open space and landscaping isn't impacted.
All right. And, okay, thank you for, and so let's just make sure the seconder agrees with that as well.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And we had discussion, so.
Just occurred to me I'd like to acknowledge that you did work with the neighbor, and that the neighbor is happy with the design as you've altered it to respect their wishes. Thank you
Did you
for
get it
doing
in
that,
writing?
and good job on that part.
Thank you. I appreciate that recognition.
Yeah, thank you for doing that, and, and thank you to the homeowner for also adjusting, even though they didn't have to.
And as
So,
far as the west wall goes, less is more, I suppose.
Yeah.
More or less.
All right, can we have a roll call vote?
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Abstain.
Commissioner McClure,
Abstain.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, nice work.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, what's the, we are 15 minutes ahead, or 16, so we're too good.
Well, if you draw out the appeal announcement very slowly, then maybe.
Oh, this is appealable in 10 days to city council. Sorry, that wasn't very fast. But we also don't have coffee, so now I have to go get a coffee. All right, we'll adjourn for, we'll call it 10 minutes,
We don't need to.
just to make sure. We have to adjourn for at least 5, don't we?
I think it's within 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh,
15,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And if we're going to run.
All right, let's do it.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, no, let's do it. Okay, that sounds good. All right, so well, next is it, I guess, yeah, to the question to the applicant, are you all good and ready to start? Okay.
Yep.
All right, let's get started. On to item 2. This is a continued item, project design approval and final approval, 820 Sema Linda Lane. It's designated a historic structure of merit, constructed in 1926 to 29 by Carlton Winslow in the Spanish colonial revival style. Proposal to demolish 383 square feet of an existing 5,300 square foot single-story, single-unit residence and construct an 898 square foot first floor addition and a new 795 square foot second floor, a 185 square foot second floor terrace, and a 956 square foot 3-car garage. Project includes demolition of a 720 square foot pool and spa and a new uncovered parking space and site work. The proposed total of 7,000 square feet on a 46,000 square foot lot is 140% of the maximum guideline floor to lot area ratio. Project design approval and final approval are requested. Project compatibility findings and major alteration findings are required. The project was last reviewed on May 25th, 2022. Yay!
Chair Grumbine?
It would be unseemly to take a break after the first agenda item.
Yeah, well, I thought we had to, so, okay.
Chair
So-
Grumbine?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. I was not, this is before my time coming onto the board, and so or to the commission. So I was not here then, and I have not had a chance to review it, so I'm assuming I can ask questions, and
Yeah,
that's all.
that's it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner McClure? Okay. All right, so this is for, probably last through May 25th. And then, so to staff, do we have any comments? And then if not, we'll roll into the motion from last time.
No announcements from staff at this time.
Okay, thanks. All right, if you would all introduce yourselves for the record?
Yes.
And if you can press the green button light. Here.
You can see it, George. I got that one, okay. Mark Shields with Design Arc.
George Mansour with Design Arc as well.
Oh, no, you turned it off. Sorry.
Guillermo Gonzalez with Blue Studio Landscape Architect.
Okay, great. All right, so welcome. Let's go to the minutes from last time. All right. So this was the motion to, the project is very, to continue indefinitely with the following comments. The project is very supportable. The commission thanks the applicant team and owner for bringing the project forward and handling the historic structure in a sensitive way. 2, the commission appreciates the site visit to help understand how pieces of the project have been changed and what is not. 3, this is the most appropriate way to add to the historic structure because the addition is located at the back and part of many remodels. Whatever it was. The commission would like to see a landscape plan showing the trees being removed as well as a full planting design. 5, on the sheet A 3.2 on east elevation, study the guardrail breakup and design further and the adjacent and the adjustments to the bracket design at the master bedroom. 6, the commission feels that the neighborhood that for the neighborhood the size seems appropriate as well as the FAR and scale. It was a motion by House, second by Uli, 7-0. Lenvik was absent. The motion carried. Oh, that's right. So Commissioner Lenvik, do you recall if you've watched the?
Yes. As a matter of fact, this was on the agenda yesterday for designation.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, great. Okay, so to the applicant, you will have 15 minutes. You don't have to use it all. And if you can make sure to point out how you addressed each of those comments and any other new changes that you have.
Okey dokey. And I know a lot of you were at the site visit about a year ago, so do you think I should need to go through the photos of the site or to remind everybody?
Maybe just skim it, yeah, just to get it back into our heads.
Let's go to the site plan first, George.
Okay.
Which is that,
We are on the site plan. If we,
it's not happening up there yet.
there you go.
Pardon my interruption, but to the applicant team, I know we only have one mic at the table, but if you don't mind, please try your best to speak into it. Thank you.
Yeah, we got two.
Okay.
But-
Anyway, project is, as Anthony mentioned, Carlton Winslow designed it somewhere between 1926 and 1930, and it was originally part, as quick synopsis, part of a big estate. This was one of the guest houses. There's 3 guest houses, and the main estate, which is to the west, is much bigger, but this is a substantial house anyway. It's about an acre, a little bit over an acre, and the 3 guest houses are all kind of similar in style. This one happened to be remodeled significantly over time and still has a lot of the cool, quirky Carlton Winslow details here and there, which we kind of appreciate, and did our own version of those to add to the project. It's centered in the lot, faces east, which is towards the ocean, kind of southern ocean. The addition, it's kind of U-shaped, and our addition is to the west. No, that always confuses me, sorry.
East.
That is the east, west, north.
Pick one.
That's north. Anyway,
I'm pointing to it.
there's an existing driveway entrance there as well, which we're reusing the existing gates. Not that one, George, but the addition, yeah. There's a formal circular driveway that we're not touching, as well as a formal entrance, which we're not touching at all, but we are adding garages and a second-story primary suite to the north area that George is outlining there. 3-car garage, the home doesn't have a garage now. It was used to occupy the garage for bedrooms and whatnot. We're essentially adding the garages and the primary suite upstairs from there. Tried to keep it really low. Luckily for us, that portion of the site steps down a bit, so that was to our advantage. You saw those elevations last time, and you were happy with the height. We're also extensively remodeling the interior. You guys don't need to know much about that, but the floor plan is really crazy, and after all the years of addition, so we're remodeling the floor plan. We are touching the doors and windows on the south side a bit, just slightly. Of course, we're going to be matching all the existing details. Doors and windows will be wood painted, on and on. Our Guillermo's working on the design of the pool, which is there to the west. And the driveway surface is permeable. There's a beautiful existing oak tree to the south that we're respecting. I think we're taking some of the hardscape out of that area. So on and on. Let's go to the demo plan quickly. A1.2. You can quickly see what we're doing to the interior. This whole section we're demoing and redesigning. Next page would be the addition floor plan, George. A2.1. This exhibit demarcates just kind of where we're adding, and you can see that's in red. So that's the northerly addition. 3-car garage and a bike surfboard storage area. You can walk go upstairs from this area to a main loggia hallway and then up again to the master or primary bedroom above all of this. We're slightly redoing some of the pink area in the center of the house. There's some very odd skylights in that area. And then we're adding on just a little touch right there to that would be the west, to clean up an odd space that we felt on the facade in the house. So that's that. I get my glasses on. Go to the second floor. So this is the plan of the second floor addition, which is a nice master suite. that faces east, down, kind of down coast towards the ocean view. And we have a terrace that comes off the master bedroom that's over the bike storage area below, and then a master bath with his and hers closets. I think moving right along to the east elevation. A3.2. Okay, the top elevation is the proposed east elevation, which, as I pointed out, is kind of an H-shaped plan. Our addition is beyond, so it's lightly grade. And we've obviously kept it very low and feel like it's in scale with the rest of the home. We're not touching the kind of formal entrance. The proposed east elevation that's below the upper one is closer to the addition. There's a nice courtyard that separates really the wing that becomes the main entrance and our addition to the north. Next elevation. You're there, George. Yep. And so this is the west, southwest, east, north. This is the, which one is this? This is the north elevation. Okay. This is where you come in off Sima Linda, and there's a motor court with a permeable paving, our 3-car garage, and then the bike storage area. And it's obviously 2 stories. Steps down to the west nicely where we have the stair going up to the master or primary suite. The loggia is on your left. Super simple wrought iron detailing for the railing there. You guys had a comment about that last time. We are adding a chimney element which has some venting, ganged venting in it, which is number 10 you'll see in the proposed north elevation. Our chimney caps and our false vent chimneys are kind of funky and quirky to kind of go with Carlton Winslow vibe. So they're all a little different, but I think in the character that he might have invented in the first place. The proposed west elevation, which is below this garage elevation, is again the existing home to the right and the addition to the left. It's more strongly rendered. Nice landscaping, maybe some Dracos and whatnot, but you can see where the project and the addition really steps down. Okay. Let's go to the next page, which is the section and the south elevation. Okay. The south elevation, we're primarily just fixing the windows and widening some of the openings. So there's our existing positions for windows and doors. We're matching existing in terms of you can see here, there's a little clear story window over I guess that's the family room. And then the entrance, number 08, if you want to point to that, George, there. We're widening that facade a little bit. It felt very odd to me. The original, we can look at that if you like, but we're just widening it and using some of the same corbel designs that he had used before. The tile is going to, of course, we're going to match any of the old beautiful tile with the George Davidson new tiles. The tile is all scraped, finger scraped and with the thumb butts. So we're matching tile. Gutters are white. And we plan to do the same. I guess we can go to the detail sheets. Let's see. Which one is that? That would be A5.1. Here we have a few photos of the existing details, which we're pretty much matching with our addition. In particular, the cornice that wraps around the rake end of the eave, the painted downspouts and gutters, as well as, this is number 6, is the wrought iron that you see on the master or primary balcony. Super simple, square wrought iron. We're going to paint that kind of a very dark black-green color, which we have a sample of on our color board. You might want to look at that if you have a chance. And then also on the primary bedroom upstairs, we have kind of a little kicked eave up there, which originally we had kind of really copied this ornate detail, which is on the south elevation of the house down by the living room. But you asked us to refine it and kind of do a different version of that. So this is our version, which is detail number 1, which just simplifies, it's not quite as ornate as the corbel woodwork. It's all made out of wood. It's about 2 inches thick. We're just going to do the same, but ours is a little simpler, a little more restrained than his original kind of crazy, cool eave detail. You can see in the lower right-hand corner, there's an elevation of our proposed wrought iron detail. Very super simple for the master primary bedroom loggia deck. We're obviously going to bend the gutters to curve with the inside of the eaves, just like Carlton had done in the old days. So we're being very respectful of all of that original thinking. The next page, which is A5.2, again, points out some of our chimney cap details that this is existing, the photos of the existing one, and our version is kind of whimsical and we felt like it kind of went with the vibe of the house, slightly Moorish. We are using some plastic grills, and we have various shapes and forms of those. We're primarily using this false chimney to hide all the vents. Okay, let's see what else we have. I also wanted to point out that you liked the project before, but if you go to sheet A3.5, you're going to think you're going to like it even more.
If that's possible.
Because we actually were able, we didn't have a perfect survey when we first started, but we actually lowered the whole addition, what was it, 2.7 inches. So this red line is where we were, that you felt good about, and as it worked out, we shrank it just a bit more, so we felt that was a nice.
Wait, 2.7 inches?
2.7 feet, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You said inches, and you're like, yeah, that's.
You want me to get
Why couldn't you make 3?
I was going to say
Round up at that
millimeters.
point. Or 2.75.
Sorry about that.
Go to the 3/4.
I try to get you going on that one.
Silly
Yeah, so that's pretty funny. That's substantial, anyway.
Yeah.
But, so we felt even better about that, and I think this east elevation is pretty fabulous, and you really want to go back and see that on page, what page was that in the very beginning?
It never goes that direction, does it?
Yeah.
It's going higher.
Yeah, so really our intent is to do a respectful addition that matches the character of the home and actually the character of the other guest houses in the neighborhood in true Carlton Winslow fashion. Going to put on our Carlton Winslow hats for this project. And the paint colors are the same. Let's look at that for a second, George. Our color board, we're matching the existing paint color, which is kind of an off-white. Gutters are galvanized, but we're painting them whites as well. This is this dark black green for the wrought iron. This is the proposed stain for the garage doors, not dark, but on the lighter side of brown. This is the cobble for the driveway, the permeable driveway area, which Guillermo's going to talk about in a second. And then again, our mission tile roof, which is old school, scraped thumb
You
bite.
just left in 1 minute and
Yeah.
39 seconds.
Come on, Guillermo, step in there. So Guillermo's going to take over.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry about
Mr.
that.
Chair, should that be on TV?
What's that? Oh, the board? Sure. Yeah, that's a good idea. City TV, can you, and while Guillermo, go ahead and keep going, but if you can zoom in here yeah, for the material board. All right, thank you. Okay, great.
They have to switch.
Good idea. All right.
Quick. So to address the comments from the previous hearing, we do have a tree protection and removal plan. We only taking an old pine tree that is decaying and a palm tree that is and not in a very good condition along the north edge of the property. We're also removing several fruit trees that haven't been maintained properly, and they're just decaying as well. So in terms of all the hedges and on the outside are to remain, and some of the hedges in the inside will be replaced with new hedges to match the new grading along the entry drive. And can we go to the next page? Thanks. Yeah. If you see on, I was just going to point the pine tree right there in the middle. Is that image there? You can see the pine tree in the back is dying, and it's just going to be a problem, a fire issue. If we can go to the next page. In terms of a hardscape, we're selecting a very simple palette that we feel complements the architecture and the style of the house. It's all sandstone, a warm gravel, and white plastered small retaining, low wall retaining. And you can see the photos on the left, the gravel around the pool, the larger cobble in some of the areas, and gravel for around the pool. We can go to the next. We can skip over the irrigation if they okay. It's boring. We can just
Stormwater management. Which one do you want?
let's go to the planting plan, which is the one more down. Sorry, no, one more past the detail, that one. Okay, in terms of landscape, we going with a Mediterranean landscape plan that we think it complements the architecture. It's very simple on low water. The only areas, we do have a small lawn area that do have kids and they would like to have a play area. But the rest of it is just Mediterranean low water use planting. So I think with this, I would like to complete my presentation.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so if that completes your presentation, we'll go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to speak on this is not here in this room, so let's go to virtual.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Turning to virtual, if anyone joining on Zoom would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then we did not receive any written correspondence, so back to the commission.
All right, great, thank you. So to the commission for questions. Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
So this is, and this is also just for project design approval.
And final, if we can.
I don't see, yeah, sorry. Project design approval and final approval, yeah. I was reading the wrong one.
And pizza for everybody, right?
That's right.
I just have there's an elevation, is it the east elevation that you're replacing windows? Yeah, and that's just a repair and restore.
That's a repair and restore,
Yeah,
and there's
okay.
quite a few windows that are just ancient, and so we're going to restore them. And then most likely use Arc Mill to copy the existing details of the old doors and windows.
Okay.
It'll be wood painted.
I guess the only other question I have, in the plan, I wrote down, I think, the wrong number, but A3.3 and before, the elevation of the project seems, even though you've lowered it by 2.5 inches, it's stepped back though, so in plan, it looks bigger, but it's stepped back considerably from.
It's back from the front facade
Right.
quite a ways.
So
yeah.
in aerial perspective, it would be over there instead of up here. All right, thank you.
And it also steps up one story first for the not balcony, but the deck, and then the rest of the mass steps back even further. So there's kind of, visually, there's two. Okay, other questions? All right.
Chair Grumbine?
Yes.
Since I can't ask questions, I will ask a couple questions.
Oh, yes.
Did you, so the demo, and I didn't see it before, so is all of the demo all just previous addition work that had been done over time, or does any of it include
Yes,
the?
it was just, interior is just a mess, and it's hard to even figure out where you are inside the house, so we tried to organize it with a main hallway that goes from south to west, and make the family room and kitchen room more cohesive.
South to north?
South to north, sorry. And so we really just carefully gutting some of those interior walls and redoing the structure, so.
And then on the exterior, I think it was probably the more question of your comment. If you can go to the demo and talk about.
I guess it's what of the original architecture is being removed?
Not much, if any. I think maybe the one area we're adding to, George, that little weird niche on the west side that we filled in, right there. There's an odd space there that's not usable, and we were able to convert that space into a bedroom by grabbing that bit of square footage. I think there was a water meter there or something anyway, that was really impractical in terms of the plan. So we're adding on there, filling that void in. And other than that, it's pretty much just the addition to the north.
Okay. That's what I thought, but I just.
Not much on
Thank you. And then
three elevations.
the other question I had was about the door stain, and what was it that inspired you for that particular color? And was that, I know it didn't have a garage before, but maybe some of the other parts of the property, you said this was a guest house. Was there anything else that you looked at?
Not really, everything's painted. You know, there's no exposed headers. I don't believe there wasn't really any wood to go from, so it was pretty much our choice to go with the kind of medium brown stain.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I have a
Yes,
question.
Vice Chair House.
So these cobbles, those are leading up to the garage door?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
There's a pattern to them too, I think Guillermo's worked out, that's pretty
Correct.
cool.
That's
Yeah.
shown on there.
We have a whole detail sheet, if you'd like to see those, which gets into the recessed windows and the moldings and whatnot.
That wouldn't be a bad one to go on after this and
Yeah.
just get our eyes on it, because it is going for
So we can
vinyl
see
too.
if it's ready for final.
Yeah, hopefully.
That's the pattern, got it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
The
sorry.
last one. Correct. So we do have a running pattern. It's very simple, very light, and then we do have a banding with so the cobbles are 6 by 6 and the banding is 6 by 12, and it's just kind of help maintain the cohesion.
Gotcha. Okay.
Let's go to details.
Yeah, can we go to the detail sheets?
Let's see, details. That would start on A7.1. It also has our light fixtures. The light fixtures the owners chose, and I like them. They're pretty simple, which I always prefer versus fancy exterior fixtures. Steve Handelman's going to make them. They're dark bronze in color, maybe with the Mexican seated glass, which I also love. Our other details are fairly typical for this type of Mediterranean project, where detail 11 shows the window head, where we have the bull nose, recessed window sash, sloped sill detail, which is detail 12. Typical eave detail, but we're actually copying the ones that are there in terms of that other elevation I showed you, the other detail sheet I showed you. So this is more about the shape of those. Typical flashing details, our flashings are all copper. Our typical ridge is a raised ridge, lifted ridge, which is detail number 4.
I have a question on this sheet.
Yep.
On the right-hand column, are those raised pavers?
Those are raised pavers on the master terrace.
Can we see how those terminate at the exterior wall of that?
Let's see if there's an elevation. They'd be below the plaster
wall.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, there's a
Yeah.
little curve that comes
Yeah,
up.
so you'll never see them. And of course, we like those because we're getting them flat and
Right.
internal drains and whatnot, so. And that's pretty much it for the exterior details. But again, we're really working and matching a lot of the exterior details that are already there. So we didn't see a need to draw all of those. And
Okay.
the hardware is Ashley Norton, which you can see on the left here, again, dark in color.
That floor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go back to 7.1.
Okay. Other questions? All right, let's roll into comments.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yeah, I find this respectful and elegant, and in keeping with the architect who designed the project in the first place is lovely. I support it.
Mr. Chair, I remember the site visit, and even though we don't have purview over interiors, we did get to walk through the house. It was rather maze-like. It was rather maze-like. My comment is very supportable because to me, it's very clear what they're doing versus what the original fabric is. So I find this a very supportable project.
Thank you. All right. Other?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner. Butler.
I too was at the tour. I think we were bribed with pastries and puppies. Maybe some orange juice and coffee. This is a beautiful extension of the existing architecture and style, and I'd say very supportive, and it'll be a beautiful project.
Thank you. Mr. Chair?
Vice Chair House?
No point repeating those comments. It is an exemplary building. Since Commissioner Ensberg brought it up, it does trouble me a little bit that the pavers and the garage doors are pretty much the same color. And I'm thinking darker on the garage
Darker
doors
on the
might be
garage
nice
door.
to give it a little more definition.
Sure, we can take a look at that. We'll have samples and we can come back or whatever, yeah. Happy to.
Okay, any other comments? The only comment I had that was potentially an improvement, and I like that idea as well, it might be a little bit better, a little darker, is, so with the Encanto small exterior light, it has that bar that goes horizontal, that I know it's there to stiffen it and keep it from swinging around, but on the house, it seems like almost everything is not, it's free from that, and I don't know if there's a way of welding the chain or whatever to get it to be the stiffener and not need that extra bar, but it'd be nice to look into.
I totally agree, yeah.
So I think that would be, yeah, that would be.
Might be a wiring problem, because otherwise you'd have.
It doesn't seem
exposed
original though,
cable.
the bar comes.
Yeah, exactly, or, yeah, but you might be able to hide it.
We can hide it.
Yeah.
We'll bury that.
Okay, so that would be my only comment, otherwise, I mean, it's exceptional. You guys, you've all done a wonderful job with it. And I also appreciate that they showed us the interiors, even though interiors is not our purview, and that's a nice gesture as well, and the interiors look good too. But, okay, any other comments? So this is here for project design approval and final approval. It seems like the question of the darkening of this, the removal of that's easy enough to just say as part of it, and then the darkening of that,
I think it's just a comment.
just a comment,
Yeah.
okay.
So I'll make a motion for project design approval and final approval with the comment that the applicant should consider making the garage doors a darker shade to differentiate them from the paving color.
Second.
And can you
And
add
study, which fixture is that?
the Encanto small exterior light?
Encanto small exterior light to see about eliminating the horizontal bar.
All right, and then the seconder agrees with that?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second under discussion.
And just clarifying that those are both comments, not conditions.
Those are comments.
Correct. And then we'll just have to go through the project compatibility and major alterations findings as well.
Okay. Okay, the project compatibility findings. This is consistent with the design guidelines, is compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood. The size, mass, bulk, height, and scale are acceptable. It is sensitive to adjacent landmarks and historic resources. Public views of the ocean and mountains don't seem to be affected, and is very effective use of open space and landscaping. And the major alterations to historic resource findings, the exterior alterations are being made to restore the historic resource to its original appearance, or in order to substantially aid its preservation or enhancement as a historic resource. And the exterior alterations are consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards.
All right, and the maker or the seconder agrees? Okay, great. All right, under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. Commissioner Butler?
Yes?
Commissioner Lundvik?
Yes.
Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
Commissioner McClure?
Abstain.
Commissioner Dordan?
Yes?
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Abstain.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And there's a 10-day, 10-day appeal period to City Council.
Appreciate your
All right. Thank you very much. All right, so
Staff wants that or not.
the next item is at 3:15.
Plenty of time.
And so now I do have time to run and get coffee. And so we'll adjourn. Now, a question to staff.
To wrap your hammer.
Yeah. Can we, so question to staff, since we're not adjourned yet. That's okay. I just wanted to use the gavel. Question to staff, do we, since the next applicant's not here in the room, should we be adjourning until 3:15, or should we be adjourning for 15 minutes and then reopen and see if they're here?
Well, we do need to take a recess in any case because it's more than 15 minutes before the start of the item. So you can set the recess time for as long as you'd like it. You can set it until
Like an hour or
3:15 or, please don't do that. But you can set it for 10 minutes or you can set it until 3:15 or whichever.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's not like for our one viewer at home that they don't have to leave like for like 15 minutes if we're going to be here a half hour. All right, well, let's adjourn for 15 minutes, and then that way,
15, so we have plenty of time to get coffee.
well, yeah, we'll still have time to get coffee. Let's do 15 minutes just in case they come in, and then we can get started early. Okay.
some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh.
Calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, July 19th, 2023. Calling back to order. All right, we are on to item 3. This is the continued item for project design approval, 1919 State Street. It's located in the El Pueblo Viejo district and includes buildings associated with 1913, 1919, 1921 State Street. Proposal for an 829 square foot addition to the structure at 1919 State Street, a 29 square foot addition to the structure at 1921 State Street, and the window and door alterations to all 3 buildings. Project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings are required. Project last reviewed March 15th, 2023. All right. So welcome. If you could introduce yourselves for the record. And then we could, if there's any comments from staff, and then we can go to the minutes or the motion from last time.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Eric Baer with AB Design Studio.
William Rivera with AB Design Studio.
Justin Manuel with Arcadia Studio.
All right, thank you. Welcome. Are there any comments from staff?
No comments from staff at this time.
Okay. Great. All right. So last time the motion was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. The commission finds the approach taken is not consistent with municipal code requirements for style in El Pueblo Viejo Landmark District, as it is not compatible with the Spanish colonial revival Mediterranean tradition, nor is it a complementary style which demonstrates outstanding attention to architectural design, detail, materials, or craftsmanship. City staff shall reevaluate what changes to the parking lot. And number 2, city staff shall reevaluate what changes to the parking lot apply.
In that case, just kidding, I do have an announcement. So yeah, they are altering the parking lot, so revised landscaping is required. The landscaping that is going to be presented to you today was submitted while we were in our last item, so staff has not had a chance to review it. So if you do not feel comfortable giving project design approval today, you'll need to continue to another hearing for staff to review to see if it complies with our zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, and then the motion was by Uli, second was by Drury, 8-0-0. Grumbine was absent, the motion carried, but I did watch the video, so for the record. All right, so with that, if you all will, you have 15 minutes to present, and if you could, walk us through your design. You don't have to take the whole time, but you can if you want to.
Okay, thank you all. I'm going to start. I'm going to concentrate on your comment from your motion saying that nor is this design compatible with the Spanish Revival Mediterranean tradition, nor is it a complementary style. So our last design, as you remember, was a very contemporary style, and obviously you guys didn't find that favorable, so we went back to the drawing board and played around with many different ideas to find out what would be that complementary style. So this is a totally new redesign in this proposal, and it makes homage to the modern style of the existing building. But what I want to refer to as modern is not modern in today's standards, but early 1900s modern, as represented by the works of Irving Gill, who created a lot of these modern buildings in Balboa Park, especially, and has a very influential architecture that has a ripple effect into our Santa Barbara architecture. We feel that this style is very appropriate and works well for transforming this building into giving it a new life, something that is simple elegant and fitting with El Pueblo Viejo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Will. So I will take you through the plans, and to start, I'm just going to turn to our revised elevation that faces State Street, just for some context as I begin my presentation. So shown here is the proposed State Street elevation. As Will mentioned, we've taken on a whole new approach to the project, went back to the drawing board after the first hearing. So I'll take you through the revised design. What I wanted to make note of is, in addition to your comments and the owner's program and other factors that we need to take into account as architects, there's a lot of other restrictions and requirements that we, of course, have to take into effect that can influence the design. Some of those with the ordinance are becoming increasingly just more challenging, and one of those is the stormwater management requirements. And so, as probably many of you are familiar with, we've got certain thresholds that we need to sit within and different tiers within the stormwater management, right? And so one thing I just wanted to mention at the top of the presentation here is the stormwater management requirements dictate that if we exceed 2,000 square feet of new or replaced impervious area, we get into their tier 3, which has significant challenges and cost implications. And so it's been a constraint or a requirement from our owner at the beginning of the project to try to keep the project within tier 2. So having said that, it's not driving our design or necessarily compromising it, but we looked at a lot of different schemes after our last hearing, and one of those we were looking at trying to take this existing building into your more traditional Spanish Mediterranean style. As the board almost unanimously commented last time, that's a big challenge with this building, right? So that's made even more challenging by the limitations that are put forth with this stormwater management. We looked at adding clay tile roofs and things of that nature, but it didn't go very far for us. So we landed on this scheme, which we're pretty excited about as a simplified style of architecture that we think is compatible within this district, and we're hopeful you guys will agree and find it favorable. So I will step back now to the beginning of the presentation. I'm going to go through the context photos. Just, I believe you all recall the existing buildings that are in question. We can revisit these if necessary. The existing 3-story 1919 State building here, the small 1913 building here, and the 1921 State Street building in the back. Site plan-wise, as Heidi mentioned, we have landscape plans that we submitted earlier today that we will present. Those landscape plans are consistent with the parking and the layout and everything that's shown here in the architectural site plan. So we'll speak more about that when we present the landscape plans. So floor plan wise, this is our 1919 State Street building. So in plan wise, no major changes from what we last presented. Again, it's mostly reworking the interior. And we are proposing to demo the existing brick low wall in the front and replace that with some archways that you'll see here that provide some buffer between the sidewalk and these ground level patios. You'll see that more in elevation. At the second floor along State Street, we've got more balconies between that 2-story archways and the building. We've got some proposed trellises above those balconies as well to kind of connect that freestanding arcade back into the building. Up at the roof level, we're proposing to add some square footage to create some units in the back. This floor plan is largely consistent with the layout that we presented last. It's been altered slightly, but we've got the units all pushed to the west side of the building, set back from the State Street side, as we did last time. And I think we've actually reduced the unit count on the roof from what we last presented to just these 5 units. So those are facing, those have patios facing west towards the mesa. So the visual impact of that additional floor square footage at the roof level will be minimal as viewed from the street. So moving to the elevations, Again, the existing State Street elevation with the long ribbon windows and this, this brick wall at the ground floor, panning down to what we're now proposing. We're trying to break up the length of the building by kind of undulating the facade a bit. So we've pulled the corner forward, both facing State Street as well as facing south to give a little bit more presence to the corner. We've added some height there. We've got a depression here, which would be the main the main pedestrian entry into the lower level where you'd enter into the building. And then this colonnade that I mentioned in front of the patios here. So the elevation in terms of the fenestration is somewhat clean and simple, keeping clean lines at the parapet. We're adding some palm trees, these 3 palms that you see here, here, and here, which you'll see in the proposed landscaping plan. The existing west elevation, the long ribbon windows similar to the east elevation, and what we're proposing here, referential to what's proposed at the front, but with slightly simplified. We don't have that colonnade in front of the building, so we're trying to create some interest by pulling down some of the lines for these proposed windows. Again, accenting the corner. And then the existing north and south elevations, which currently are just solid plaster. We're trying to provide a bit of relief at the north elevation. We're right on the property line, so we're limited in the amount of windows and openings we can create. So we've added some. There's an existing building that backs right up against the building here at the north side, which we've dashed in. So it's really just the upper portion of the building that's visible. Along the south side, we're actually proposing a lot merger with the 1913 State, which allows us to then add windows and openings along this elevation. And if I zoom in a little tighter on this, you can see again we're accentuating the corner by wrapping that pop out we're proposing along State Street, and then some simple windows for the rest of the units. You can see dashed in here the profile of the 1913 State building that's about 5 feet separated from our building, and then we've got some archways into that vehicular drive-through, along with another one here that won't be visible, but that's for pedestrian access through to the 1913 building. So obviously the 1919 State building is of primary interest. I'll try to be brief here, knowing we're on the clock with the other buildings. So what we call Building B, the 1921 State Street building, we're proposing similarly a small colonnade along the parking lot facing facade to create a buffer between the parking lot and the building. There's a little bit of an entry patio with a trellis above, playing up some of the similar moves that we're proposing on the main building. And you can see that in elevation here. So I'll start at the south-facing elevation. So here's the existing south elevation facing the parking lot. You can see that proposed colonnade. Again, treating the building pretty simply. And then the north elevation proposed here. This is sort of the back of the building is oriented from the lot. And then lastly, well, not lastly, so the other ends of the building, we've got the east elevation, which faces back towards the large 1919 State building. We've got several small patios here we're proposing, which you can see with some unit entry doors. And then the west elevation, not too much proposed here to speak of. Here's existing, here's proposed. Building C, this is a historic building that we're trying to maintain the existing exterior to almost the entire exterior facade as much as possible. We're just proposing a new entry door here to create unit access in the back, and I believe we're proposing a new window, or is it just that door, Will?
There's two doors in the back.
Here and here. So in terms of the elevations, we haven't much to speak of here. This is the elevation facing State Street. No changes proposed there. This is the back elevation, so here's that new door that Will just mentioned. And then this south elevation, this is along the driveway. No changes proposed there. And then this is the side of the building that's between the building and 1919 State, the larger building. So you can see that other new door proposed here in the back. So we're proposing that those doors be done in a style that matches the craftsmanship of the existing doors and windows. Material palette, very simple, proposing a warm white plaster finish on 1919 State building and the smaller building in the back, 1921 State. No changes to the materials of the smaller 1913 State building. We're proposing some exterior wall sconces, which you can see here. We're proposing the new doors and windows for 1919 and 1921 to be in this style. We have this black walnut stain proposed for the balconies on 1919 State, as well as the trellis elements I referenced. And then this pendant light is proposed within the covered walkway and vehicular way of 1919. So with that, I will pass it off to Justin.
You can go to that.
Okay.
Okay. So the landscape facing State Street is largely how you saw it last. I think most of the comments were in the parking lot in the back and addressing street trees and adding landscape space. There's a row, if you zoom out a little bit, the dark green, you can see there's like a CAD tree symbol. Those are existing palms. I think there was a comment last time of considering removing those and replacing those with shade trees. Of course, if there were no palms there, it'd be ideal to have shade trees there. But the owner's pretty adamant about keeping those. They're not that young. They're probably 20, 30 feet tall. So he really likes them, would really like to keep them. But we did try to add 3 large London plane trees. One of them is not really in the parking lot, but we tried to get it where we could. We were also considering adding some trees between the two against those parking spaces. But since there's a colonnade there, it would be very, very tight. So we've got those 3. Everything else is, as far as the parking lot, is existing to remain. But we did transplant 2 of the existing, those 2 are proposed locations of the transplanted king palms that are where the arcade is going now. And then just north of that, we've got 2 more king palms at the buffer between the adjacent property. Pretty limited landscape scope, but we tried to fit in some pretty massive trees where we could. And that's about it on the landscape.
Thanks, Justin. I think that concludes our presentation.
All right, great. You had a whole 18 seconds, yeah. All right, so now we'll go to public comment. Anyone in the room wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, go to virtual.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Turning to virtual public comment. If anyone joining via Zoom would like to speak on this item, please go ahead and raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then we did not receive any written correspondence, so back to the commission. Thank you.
All right, so to the commission for questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, so I remember in the first iteration that there was some concern about the ground floor rooms right on State Street. Are they have a patio, I think, in front of them, is that correct? Are they elevated at all from the sidewalk?
They are not elevated at all, but you're correct in that they have a patio.
Okay.
Take us back to that floor plan. So that is here. They are well set back from the sidewalk.
Okay.
And that was the impetus behind adding this colonnade. One of the reasons behind adding that was to create some physical and visual buffer between those units. But you can see the units themselves are set back almost 10 feet.
All right, thank you. And you propose that sort of a walnut brown for trim?
That's for the trellis elements, which you can see up at the second floor patios. So that's here. So we've got these
Okay.
proposed trellises that's behind that colonnade, so not visual from the elevations, but that was the finish proposed for that, as well as the trellis in Building B.
Okay, so will there be a materials palette presented for the two bungalows that are in the project?
This represents sort of all the proposed materials. If I go back to that, so the small building along State Street, 1913, we're not proposing any exterior
Oh.
changes there.
Oh, in terms of the color?
Yeah,
Oh,
maintaining
okay,
existing.
that's all I need. Thank you.
Okay, other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
The London plane tree, that's deciduous, isn't it?
Yes.
Did you consider something evergreen for those locations, maybe?
I was trying to get something pretty massive that would work well, and no, I didn't, but I can.
All right, other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll go. So on the Kintia and the London Plane, are those not considered drought tolerant? Because I know for commercial, it has to be 100%.
The Platanus racemosa, I think, would be medium water use, but the London Plane, we're okay.
And then what about Kintia?
And the Kintia, since we're in the shade, it's a tricky thing with the palms because with the low water use, they're not going to be great there. With medium water use, it's like a low water use situation given the shade.
Right. I've been in the same situation, and
Yeah.
it got hung up. So
Yeah.
I think
We can.
Uh-huh.
Do you have any recommendations?
They don't take any other criteria. Like if you had
Right.
it's just it either is or it isn't, and there's no
Right.
debate.
Yeah, yeah. We've got queen palm. We've got queen palms as the street tree there. We considered going with that. We just felt that they would be too massive.
I'm with you. I think it's unfortunate that there's not a little wiggle, but
Yeah.
there appears to be not.
Okay.
Okay.
Another question.
And that was a question, right, Commissioner McClure?
His voice had an inflection.
Yeah. Another question.
All right, Vice Chair House.
See, there was a little discussion at the outset about the parking lot plan, and I'm just wondering, are you doing anything to bring it more into compliance with once every 7 spaces or 8 spaces, a tree planter?
So we added a little, that little corner planter there, and then at the far to the left, we've taken up existing pavement to add a planter there. Where you're seeing those two little palm-looking, those aren't actually palms, those are cordyline, but we were considering two more shade trees there, but given the colonnade, we were just, they
I
wouldn't.
guess specifically, what I'm wondering about is the section that turns the corner and goes out to Mission Street. Is that your property?
It's,
A different lot?
the owner is just interested in keeping it as existing.
It's a
existing
separate
terrain.
parcel?
It's part of the project, but it's, yeah.
It's existing non-conforming parking situation, so we're just balancing, making it even less conforming by removing parking versus adding landscaping, but we haven't proposed any new full landscaping fingers.
I was just guessing that if it's on a separate parcel and you're not making any changes on it, maybe there's no requirement for that, but.
There is no requirement to force the addition of those, given its existing parking lot, and we're not proposing any modifications. We're just adding trees where we've got ability outside the parking, but we're trying our best to add as much as we can without
Okay.
removing parking.
Okay.
All right.
I have a question.
Commissioner Butler and then Commissioner Lenvick.
Could you
Question.
go to the State Street elevation, please? And I'm interested in the windows, the patio doors, et cetera, see what.
You have to deny the project. Yeah.
Can you zoom in on there, please?
Surveying.
Can you describe, would you please, what the window, they're recessed, what's the window plan for those?
So what we've done is we've thickened the walls to a foot on that whole elevation. And if you want to scroll to the side, you can see like kind of a wall section of what's actually happening in that arcade. What you don't see is that we actually have an additional 12 feet of sidewalk in front of that arcade. So there's quite a bit of space. But essentially, we're thickening the walls and trying to create this old world feel of setting the windows and doors back on the inside plane of the walls.
Yeah, the windows, will they open or not?
Some of them will, like, for example, the top floor, you'll see the center one will be a fixed panel, and then the side ones will be a casement with the 4-inch limiters. And then the same with the windows, or the ones, the balconies obviously are doors and open. The ones on the sides are fixed. Those on the very left are also casements with limiters.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair
Are
Marks.
these aluminum-clad wood windows? Is that what
Yes,
they
they
are?
are.
Okay.
Okay.
Chair Grumby?
Sorry, Commissioner Lenvick, and then we'll go to Commissioner Enberg.
I don't see where the elevator tower is when I look at the exterior elevations, like the State Street elevation. Where is the elevator tower
It's right on the,
occurring?
It's right here between grid lines 3 and 4. You can see that penciled in kind of faintly, given its setback from State Street, so it's
I see a palm tree there, but I don't see
zoom
it.
into 3 and 4, it's really light.
But it's got to be, the elevator tower's got to be,
See how it goes?
how
down?
many feet above the top? How many feet above the top? I mean, way up there?
Yeah.
Really? That's interesting. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Ensberg.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for the presentation.
Really?
Could you talk a little bit, just help me to understand the stormwater management tier that you're trying to stay in, and what are the, what parts of the design are being constrained or restricted to allow you to meet that tier 2?
Yes, of course. So with the tier 2 is limiting to less than 2,000 square feet of new or replaced impervious area, and more than 500, so it's between 501 and 1999. I wouldn't so much say that anything on this design is being constrained. It was just a factor when we were looking at several different directions to take the project. So when we were looking at a direction to take this project more in a full traditional Spanish-style architecture with more clay tile roof elements, we quickly realized there wasn't much that we could spread around within that 2,000 square foot limitation with new roofing elements. And so this scheme started to lend itself more towards staying within tier 2, given where it's more parapet driven and less roofing driven, if that makes sense.
Yes, that's helpful, thank you. And then also, can we look at the plan of the, I guess, either that area with the, above the drive-through? The rooms that have well, I guess there's this Oculus window and then these 5 windows, so those 2 areas, the plan view of a second or third floor, of how those windows work in those rooms, I see.
So this grid line here and here is where the plane of the existing building lies. And so you can see we're extending the building slightly, maybe 24 inches on the south side, and then extending it somewhat further here on the east side facing State Street. I believe, is this the Oculus window, Will?
That's a round window.
That's the Oculus window here above the shower, and then those other windows here up high above the bed.
So it's going to steam up.
And you had 3 of them on another side.
Yes, I think that's on the 4th floor.
I'm not going to show up in the plan because
Oh.
It's above, so it's in this stairwell here.
Yep.
If we go to the elevation,
Okay, they occur in the stairwell.
correct.
Okay. Okay, and then just on the plan, on the site plan, and that area of the patios for Building B that's on the north side? Oh, no, Building B, right over here. It looks like there's a couple of, on the north side?
Yes.
Right there, yeah. So are those balcony or patios for those 2 rooms?
Correct, and you can see those on the elevations. Right here. So we've got kind of a break line here, but we've got a tall fence to provide some privacy for those patios, and then we're visually stopping that fence so you can see the proposed doors beyond, but.
Right. So did you, back to the site plan, did you, I know you're tight through there, so I was just wondering if you had looked at the possibility of adding anything more onto Building A and maybe not, sacrificing something on Building B to give something more to Building A.
We did look at actually putting patios off the back of Building A at this level, but given we'd only be able to do it to several of the units and not the whole row, we looked at that and it felt a little awkward, and given there's not going to be a lot of foot traffic back here for Building A, but there will be for Building B, it seemed more appropriate to give some of that space to Building B, given we don't have really any private patios along that building.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
All right. Other questions? Okay, I had a question. So Irving Gill has sort of a range of work, right? So, so what would you say on sort of if you were to take a dial it from like George Washington Smith to like Bauhaus of Irving Gill, where would you say that this building falls?
Well, some of this is early work is probably more what we were referring to, and I have examples of some of his work that I can show you. But there's definitely precedence in Santa Barbara of a lot of his work. This is a project that he did, and it's also very similar to
City TV. Could you zoom in
Yeah.
here?
But it's also very similar to what you see at the Riviera Business Park, that kind of style. And there's also this building on Costa Village Road that is a little bit more modern, but it's also has very, very like Irving Gill influence. And there's another building on that you can see from
APS.
Yeah, no, it's right behind the wine cast. There's a El Paseo arcade. Like looking up, there's like a big 3 or 4 story building that has similar arches. So
Joseph Magnin building?
yeah, yeah. So there's definitely like his influence definitely had an effect on Santa Barbara architecture. And so what we're trying to do is play off that historical architecture. Bring that back to this building, and obviously the goal here is to make the look building like it was built in 1900s, not like a new building. Obviously, people that live here would know it's a new building, but people visiting would realize that it's much more appropriate style to Santa Barbara than what is currently there.
Okay. So how about that dial? What number?
So. Yeah. Yeah, probably somewhere in the middle.
Okay. I think that's fair. Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
What is the width of the drive-through opening?
19 feet.
19 feet, okay.
All right. Let's roll into any other questions?
No.
All right. Let's roll into comments. Who wants to go first?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
I like the little thing that says in that opening, says "Open to Beyond." I'm going to use that for my next art show.
Yeah, I know, I saw that too, I like that. The Great Beyond.
Or maybe have a T-shirt made.
Yeah.
So what did if I can read my writing, I think that I'm looking at.
Wasn't out there?
Yeah, no. Thank you so much, Commissioner. First of all, the building as presented right today on State Street is just one of the ugliest buildings ever built in Santa Barbara. So I think this is a great improvement, great improvement. I think that the way you articulated the space on the State Street facade, especially with those 2 narrow verticals between the buildings and that I guess it's a hallway perhaps. Yes, I think that's quite elegant. I think it breaks up. It echoes the arches, the 2-story arches, but it breaks up that space really well. I think, I'm trying to read my writing. I think that the same kind of poetry, maybe toned down a little bit, I think it's the south elevation of that building is rather unadorned by comparison. Yes, that one. I think it could use a little bit of poetry. You know, you don't have to dial it way up, but you have to do some Irving Gill, some manipulation, I think, a little bit.
Those arches
Maybe it's a question, and I think that there's, I'm sitting next to Commissioner Ensberg, I'm going to say the terrible word awnings, but.
The good word.
But I think that they could use some, that's going to get a lot of sun, south elevation. And whatever's presented to the west is going to do the same. You know, you're going to have some kind of break against the sunlight. So whether they're striped awnings or polka dot awnings or solid color, I think something needs to be done. But that would help sort of jazz that, I think, that elevation up. I think that what you're doing to the B and C, correct, the two, they're bungalows, and you're just actually repurposing these bungalows. I think that's a wonderful idea. So I think this is an immensely supportable project, and I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
All right.
I'm going to talk.
Would you like to?
I'll talk, yeah.
Commissioner Lundvik.
I'm as much concerned about the things we don't have control over as the things we do have control over. And I look at a four-story building with all rooms and not one square footage that I can identify as storage, you know, where you keep the dirty towels, the laundry. I mean, I question a lot of the aspects of this project, and not that we have any control over that. But from the standpoint of the exterior architecture, I think you're being quite deceptive in not showing us the elevator tower. Very deceptive, and that concerns me.
It's right there.
Oh, hold on, I do want to, yeah, so isn't this the elevator tower that 8 and 4 are pointing to?
Correct.
Yeah.
So you're saying they're not showing it?
Well, I see 4 lines. I see no openings. I see no, you know, I see something that's we would not approve if it was rendered properly to us. I mean, I can't imagine us showing a chimney standing up on top of that building and buying into that. The other thing that we don't see, of course, you're using a roof now which is not being used.
So, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Are you saying that you're concerned with how tall the elevator tower is?
I would not approve that.
Okay, so you're concerned with how tall it's
we didn't approve that kind of thing on a hotel on the block.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what
okay.
your comment.
The other thing is, the roof isn't being used currently, and you're going to now make use of that roof, as I understand it. That means you got to tear the roof off, basically, and rebuild it to be able to support the live loads. I mean, I assume. And, you know, I kind of question, you know, that that's actually going to work. And I personally don't buy into all of that roof being used for outside use. I mean, you got 6 to 8 rooms up there, whatever, and then you got the balance of it. It's all deck and be used for outside use. Now, I don't buy into that. I won't accept that for Santa Barbara. I'm real disappointed in all the roofs we see now being used. And I don't know that Irving Gill's design is one of the few designs that are identified as being approved for EPV. It's a nice design, but it's, you know, and you referenced Riviera, that was never, you know, came before anybody. But I don't know that Irving Gill was, you know, an approved design for us. I just don't know that what I see in this architecture is good architecture. And I think we demand more than that. I don't buy into the fact that you can change use but not make the required improvements to the parking lot landscaping. A peninsula planter every 8 spaces, for instance. I think you've got to look at the city's parking ordinance and bring the landscaping into compliance. I don't see us getting away from that.
And pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik is correct. I just confirmed with zoning staff that this project should not have been deemed complete without compliant parking lot landscaping. I apologize to the applicant and to the rest of the commission.
So we're identifying that these things got to happen.
Yes.
But I could not support this architecture.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
Commissioner Lenvik raises some excellent points, but I always look, when we're talking about a building that is so not in the character of Santa Barbara and trying to bring it more into the character, you're looking for increments of improvement, and I think this is a huge increment. I think it's a wonderful transformation, so I would support it. As far as the question of the roof, I assume you'll have mechanical equipment up there, so not necessarily all of it will have to carry a floor load. I don't know. And certainly diminishing the height of the elevator tower would be a good objective. As far as the windows, well, let's see, let me back up a little bit. We're reviewing another project that is proposed to be in the style of Irving Gill and trying to understand what exactly makes it look like Irving Gill. And one thing I discovered was that while this particular project had steel storefront windows, Gill's projects always have wood windows, and they're pretty wide stiles because the windows are the ornamentation on the building. And not that you have to, go crazy with that, but certainly wouldn't want something with narrow stiles, and I think that's a place to make some statement in this building. I asked that question about the width of the drive-through opening because I was hoping maybe there was a possibility of there being a column to divide that in half, but that would be too tight, as I can see. So I'm supportive of the direction it's going.
Okay. Others? Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes, thank you. Well, I agree with Commissioner House. I think that that it's come a long way and it looks much better. And so I want to acknowledge and thank you for making that stretch and for, attempting this. I think one of my observations is that you've got Building B, which is a cute little Spanish thing, just very simple Spanish, right? And then you've got Building C, which is a craftsman cottage. So you got those two styles already going. And those are styles that I believe we are, we're happy with at HLC. Now you've got this, the big building, and how it seems almost like not that they should all match, I'm not saying that they should match, but how do you bring this all together to have a building that, how they nod to each other or some way relate? That I think you're introducing yet a third style that I think has a wide mix of elements, some of which are Irving Gill and other things. When you look at the pictures, the photos that you showed us of the Riviera complex up there, they're much more simple, in my opinion. I think maybe you could study that some more, and maybe there's some stuff you could strip away and make it more simple if you want to continue in that direction. But maybe you can find a way, and then adding some more something to add the playfulness. And I'll go to the the awning idea. Certainly is an easy way of doing that, especially on the west side. And I also, it seems like this original building, which I have been into many times. My dentist used to be there. That brick wall on the front is it's such a thing. And it seems like it's causing you it's driving everything. It's like you're trying to figure out a way to use it in a positive way, for your benefit. But I feel like maybe there's something else. Maybe you don't need that wall.
It's removed.
Well, but you've replaced it with this new arched wall. So I'm not sure. I'm not convinced that that's the best way. I'm not sure if you might be better off to think about possibly just taking that away, doing some sort of I'll say a Juliet type of balcony, although it could be a very simple type of design, but something that gives the ability for the doors to open in the room and for you to, capture outside. And then maybe you have more space to do a lot more landscaping, so you can really create more landscaping on the street level there to protect those rooms. But I really don't feel like the way they're designed right now, I don't think they'll get a lot of use. They're just too exposed to the street and to State Street. So I'm not convinced that that's that that's going to work. The other thing is on the building, building B, where you've replicated the, you've created this arcade. I feel like it should be the other way. I feel like whatever this little Spanish thing can offer to the main building, that should be what's happening, not imposing this Irving Gill thing on top of this little Spanish building. So I feel like that could be very much simplified. Maybe it's just a low wall with just some landscaping. And you were saying how you're having difficulty with getting planting around there because of that wall. So maybe you can just lose it altogether, just have a trellis, and then do more landscaping there. And then I think it's more in character with that structure. Let's see if I have anything else. As I understand it, the elevator tower is existing, or is it existing, or is it doing?
Extend it up to the roof deck level.
Because of the addition, the way that you're adding the rooms, the 5 rooms up there. Okay, got it.
Stops at the 3rd floor.
Thank you, thank you. So, yeah, I just would urge you to kind of see about simplification, just some more stripping back. Because this feels, again, like you've added, it feels a little more industrial to me, especially on the back side, on the west side with all those windows. It feels very industrial. Maybe we could look at that elevation for a second. Of the main building. Yeah. Yeah. Just the way the windows are broken up and the horizontality, it just feels a little bit very industrial to me. So I don't know, maybe there's a different way of breaking up the windows that feels a little bit more, less that way. And then bringing in some awnings to bring in a little bit of color and playfulness, which I think would be an easy way. And then those down below, if you just sacrificed the outdoor for those 2 rooms, and then just dealt with that whole area as landscaped and increased the landscaping to the greatest degree possible, I think that might be the most pleasant experience of the use of the room. So those are, I guess I'll stop there, and thank you very much. I really think you've come a long way, and I think you can get there. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Jordan.
Couple of quick comments. I share the comments of my colleagues that this is huge step forward in terms of improving what's the existing situations there. I also share some of the concerns expressed about the roof and about how parking is going to be handled. Just a comment about Irving Gill, because I think you're beginning to run into the challenge of using Gill as a model. There's a kind of distilled classicism in Irving Gill, really it was this distillation of it. And Gill was trying to make that intersect with a kind of industrial tectonics. And as a result, you get some very simple forms with Gill. And what you want, my advice is, you want the distilled classicism, Mediterranean classicism of Gill. You want to avoid the absolute severe, stark forms of the neo-rationalism of somebody like Aldo Rossi, which is just plain and bare. So what that means is the details become incredibly important because there are so few of them in this kind of project. And it's, is the edge a sharp edge or is it a rounded edge? What does, what kind of lighting? Is it an industrial lighting? Is it a Mediterranean evocative lighting? All of those signage, at least to see a strategy for signage, because you can get something so simple, so distilled, that as soon as you start sticking stuff on it like signs, it becomes a billboard. And so, again, I share the comments that this is making huge progress, and also the concern it's not quite there yet.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Butler.
Very brief, because, yes, I think you made a significant, I too know this building really well. And we had a similar project on Garden Street. It was taking a very modern building and really redoing it into even much way beyond this into Spanish style. But I do have concerns that this hasn't gone quite far enough. So given the structure of the building, you're going to make it into a hotel. I have concerns about the roof and adding more to the roof and taking up the space on the roof. I don't know that that's really a valuable addition to it, et cetera. Good progress, lots of good thinking. Can we take it even further in getting it to more what we think of appropriate for the EPV? That's my thought.
Okay. All right. Other comments? Anyone add? Okay, I'll make some of my own. So I think that, as other commissioners have mentioned, I agree with them. This is really a massive improvement, going in the right direction. And I think if you can go to the elevations, maybe I think some of the challenge of where you're, yeah, there we go. So some of the challenge and just sort of looking at the rhythm, as Commissioner Ensberg had said, like maybe there's too much. I was thinking too many elements. So you've got your rhythm of like starting off at the far right is A, and then you've got B, 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 B with your four arches and your windows above, and then you got A, and then you have C with little skinny windows. And then you go to a round window, so you're at D, and then you're at E. For the rest. And so I think maybe a simplification of that might help. But I think the other thing you're wrestling with is that when you make that two-story arcade that is, and can you go to the the floor plan for that real fast? I want to make sure that if I'm remembering it right. Yeah. So So it's a treatment it's a very planar treatment as a wall, right? Which is also a form that's fighting against a traditional Mediterranean form, right? It's a very modern form of the plane, right? And you're not turning the corner, you're not going back. It's not a whole bump out of an element in a sort of traditional with the corners. And I think you do a good job with their corner massing on this, because some of Gil's stuff is, corner windows and things like that. So you're showing massing on your edges, which is good. But the arcade is one of those elements it's a modern, planar element that now you've got the elevation trying to go towards a classical, traditional Mediterranean-ish look. But it's not being complete. And the other part of it is the balconies, and how do those intersect with it? And right now, the balcony design, as you have it currently, is also sort of a modern way of doing a balcony. And so I think that those forms and how they intersect is going to be really important, that it reads even if it's a simpler, it's reading in a more Mediterranean way, right? And maybe the whole screen goes away, and then the balconies can just be more simple. But anyway, so that's just sort of seeing a lot of this of trying to help identifying some of the issues, not necessarily saying a way of solving them. But and then I would say, so that's sort of, but the rest of the massing is really, I think it's well done, and the only openings in terms of shapes that don't seem quite appropriate, if you can go to the front elevation, that don't seem Mediterranean in their form because of the proportions, is the one on the left where you have the 4 or 5 windows in a row. Yeah, that seems a little horizontal. So if those divisions, if the mullions in between became beefier and it felt more like a simplified colonnade or something, or a screened-in porch, that kind of feel, something like that, then it could visually feel supported. But right now, it's still reading as a very horizontal window, which is in sort of 30s, crossing the border into modernism. So I think that's where this building needs to kind of go a little more towards the George Washington Smith version of things, or others. And then the last part was, and speaking of that, is the details. So even in the example that you gave of Irving Gill, which, as the other commissioners have mentioned, Irving Gill is some of his stuff might fit into EPV and lots of it doesn't. And for various reasons, some of his stuff really doesn't fit in. Some of his stuff is very close but didn't quite make it into in terms of what our guidelines provide. So I do think there's examples of him where he does tune up the details a little more, and I think that might be a help guide, because where your muntin divisions are, that's an opportunity for a little more detail. At the, who knows, top of the parapet, you could have a couple moldings, even just in plaster, or a tile, even as a parapet wall with a red tile on top of it. I think there's ways of adding a little detail that will tip it into the EPV guidelines. But I think it definitely needs that. But the good thing is, in general, the massing in that is really looking good. And that seems like what everyone's reacting to so far. So with that, I'll try to give us, okay, so now this is requesting project design approval. And compatibility findings will need to be made.
The project cannot receive project design approval today. I've been informed by.
Oh, because of the
staff that it's not,
landscape?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and as well, it seems like with the way the comments are going, I think it's encouraging, but there's still stuff to be working out in terms of, that does affect enough for that project design approval doesn't seem to be in the works right now.
Mr. Chair, I think our only motion is to continue it.
Yeah, and I can summarize our comments so far, and then we can look for that motion. All right, so number one, we thank the applicant. This is a great improvement from the previous project, previous design. And then with that, to study start with the east elevation. So the east elevation, to study the what's that? Oh, Building A, yeah, Building A, east elevation, to restudy the arcade and balcony condition. And then any other major massing, actually, we'll go to windows too for it. And then for the windows to be more in keeping with EPV guidelines, and to look at additional detail in the windows throughout, and as well as the parapet wall, if it stays parapet wall and doesn't go to a more Spanish roof, to look at making it more EPV appropriate, the parapet. There was concern about the height of the elevator tower, height and design and visual design, detailing of the elevator tower, so that needs to be adjusted.
And Mr. Chair, I would add a comment about the driveway entrance, that they should study if it could be one way and then the opening could be narrowed.
It is one way.
So
we have narrowed it.
maybe the opening can be narrowed.
We have narrowed it, yeah.
Okay, so, well, just to keep studying. For the, let's see, I think that hits everything on this elevation. Can we go to Commissioner Ezra?
Yes, thank you. Maybe we should discuss about how everybody feels about the additional floor on the roof. I for one vote, for me anyway, I don't have a problem with it. But I think they would want to know that, so maybe we need to talk about that too.
So that would be a general sort of mass, bulk, size, scale discussion as it affects that. So it seems like there hasn't been any comments. I think you're right. So far, there hasn't been any reaction to the mass, bulk, scale, and general massing and design of the fourth floor. That's a good point.
With exception of possibly the elevator tower, how it's being dealt with.
With the exception of the elevator tower, and then also the detailing of it is too plain for now. But the mass, bulk, scale, that's a good point. So we're in supportive of that. Let's see.
Add some poetry to the south elevation.
We're getting there, and
Okay,
I wrote down the
all right.
poetry comment too. So. All right, so let's go to the next elevation. Okay, so with the west elevation, let's see, to add detail and some form of ornamentation, whether it's awnings or other additional details. It looks too industrial, was the comment as well. Let's see, now, in terms of people on roofs, okay, actually, we can mention that we're assuming if the outdoor roof deck is going to need to, obviously make code for structural and other things, but that's just advice to look into. So the purview that we have over use of rooftop as deck falls where?
You have purview over the aesthetics. And you can also, part of project compatibility is compatibility with neighborhoods, so you could consider like neighborhood privacy or views or things like that. So just whatever is kind of part of the project compatibility findings is.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Awnings, trellis, furniture.
Yeah. And right now, I'm not seeing a lot of structure above the parapet wall. So maybe we just don't comment and see what happens in the next round for that. So, and also, and I guess, well, one thing we can comment on is, I think we can say we want to make sure that it's compatible, the roof deck is compatible with the neighborhood, and that for a further study of that is going to be important for us to understand what the impacts of people being on the roof with the neighbors are going to be, because I think that could be helpful as assessing. Yeah. Okay. There was also a concern, while we understand it's not in our purview to figure out storage or require it, there was also a concern for the functionality of the building and storage, and we are recommending to look at the architect continue to look at that. Let's see. Let's go on to the next.
Awnings?
Yes. I think I mentioned it,
Oh, you
yeah.
did? Okay.
Let's see, south elevation. Okay, so south elevation similarly needs additional detail, ornamentation, and highly recommend awnings or some other shade structure as a way of mitigating the sun and also adding decoration. And yeah, I think that would be good, and the other comments apply, and then that is a big blank wall. And then I guess part of it will be for this elevation to better. So that is the north elevation for, and I think it might be very helpful to see some sort of 3D perspectives of these as well, and what the conditions are and how the different buildings are butting up against each other or next to each other and that. So I think for the next time, I think some at least a couple perspectives will be helpful to understand the project in its full mass and how and relationships. All right, and then as staff mentioned, the parking lot planting needs to comply, and so we know we recognize that design will be adjusting. Let's see, building, okay, on building B, we have, yes, the south elevation of building B. Look at a more appropriate design for the walkway that does not impose the new Irving Gill arches on it, but is more in keeping with the Spanish colonial revival of the house, and a suggestion of a trellis or other possibilities. And then, in general, for the building A to go less industrial and more decorative, and to study simplifying the number and types of openings and their rhythm. I think that's all my. And the south. Oh, sorry. And for the south elevation, we should add the more poetry to that part.
There you go.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Does anyone make it yet?
I made.
You did.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
An indefinite continuance with those comments.
Okay, and
Yes.
Seconder. All right. Second by Commissioner Drury. Under discussion.
One other thing that is the discussion of the landscape and the possible, to study whether some simplifications might happen to enable more places for landscape. I mentioned deleting these possibly deleting the patios on the north side of the the building B, and then which would enable more landscape all along there for everyone. There was that comment, and then also on the front too.
Okay, and does the maker of the motion and the seconder agree with
Yes.
those additions? Okay.
And Mr. Chair, may I also suggest, it came to my mind, that the west elevation could maybe use some balconies. If it looks out over something fairly attractive, which is the Lower East Side.
All right, so to study that as well. So
Yeah.
the balconies on the west elevation?
Yes.
Okay. And the maker of the motion is good with that? Okay. Any other adjustments? Okay, or additions? All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Lundvik,
No.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
And then Commissioner Lundvik, can you please state your reasonings for no?
Yes, I feel that the architecture is not advanced far enough to warrant the positive comments that have been given by this board. And we have a poorly designed existing international style building there that none of us like. But I'm not sure that what we see as replacing it is going to be that successful in itself. So I just don't feel that we're giving him good direction as a full board, and I stand opposed to that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you have your marching orders. Okay, thank you.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
All right, so the next item is 1630 Paterna. It's a new concept review, and I'm going to be recusing myself as it's my firm who's presenting. Okay, so,
Take over.
yep. All right.
I know it.
And it wasn't set up as the last item, so I can't leave.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
I think that there's an opportunity, we're gonna have to come back with the plans.
Okay, this is item 4 on the agenda, 1630 Paterna Road, listed on the Historic Resources Inventory, constructed in 1915 in the Mediterranean style and located in the Hillside Design District. Project adjacent to 1704 Paterna Road, a designated structure of merit, and across the street from 1631 Paterna Road, listed on the Historic Resources Inventory. Proposal to construct a 700-square-foot two-story addition to the east elevation of an existing two-story, 608-square-foot accessory structure, garage with guest unit above. The site is currently developed with a 2,719-square-foot two-story residence, circular driveway, landscape, and hardscape. The accessory structure is non-conforming to the northern, which is the rear interior setback, as an as-built outdoor kitchen encroaches into the eastern interior setback. Zoning modifications are requested to allow the setback encroachments. So, please give your names for the record and your presentation, please.
William Hull, architect, Harrison Design.
And Omar Flores.
And Mr. Vice Chair, if I could give a few comments before the
Please
applicant
do.
gets started. Thank you. I just want to let the board know a few things to sort of frame your review today. The application for this project is currently incomplete, so the applicant is working on our comments and corrections, so we wanted to get it in front of you today. So they also have your comments they can work out at the same time. If you feel the project is ready, we ask that you would continue the item indefinitely to the staff hearing officer with comments on the aesthetic appropriateness of the two modifications requested. One is for encroachment of the accessory structure into the rear interior setback. The other is for encroachment of an as-built or unpermitted, it's an outdoor fireplace encounter, I think we're calling it. It encroaches into the
A fireplace and counter or a fireplace and counter?
and counter. It encroaches into the easterly interior setback. And that's that's existing, the property owner would like to keep it. And secondly, in that case, that you feel the project is ready for a staff hearing officer, we would also ask for you to accept the architectural historian, Ms. Hernandez, memo to the Secretary of Interior Standards. She did find the project would not have a negative impact on the historic resources or the streetscape. And so with your agreement, the agreement of the commission, that would help us make a CEQA exemption for the project. So just want you to consider those things while you're doing your overall review. And with that, I'll hand it over to the applicant, Mr. Hull and Mr. Flores.
I have a question, though. Ms. Hernandez, will you be making a presentation?
No, the memo was attached to your agenda.
All right.
It's very simple. It just goes through each standard, and I found that it met every standard.
Okay.
But if you have specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Proceed.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for allowing us to present on behalf of our clients, David and Julia Carver. I did bring 11 by 17s if it's useful to the board.
Well, that
If-
guy that we call the chair, he's the only one that likes me.
Okay, he's the only.
Oh, okay, all right. Who else
So-
would like a paper set down there? Okay, one for. Oh, nice guy.
So just as a kind of some context for the home, it was built the main house was built up on the Riviera there off of Paterna, which Paterna runs to the south there, and then the main house is set back along that. It was built in about 1915 by Russell Ray and Windsor Sewell in the Mediterranean style, as Ms. Hernandez's report outlines. And then the guest house, the garage with guest house above in the back was built, shortly thereafter, within 5-7 years after that. So our project involves an addition to that garage and guest house in the back. And that's requesting a modification because as part of that, we are trying to respect the historic resource by keeping it in a line with the existing resource back there, as opposed to pushing it forward, but that would have an encroachment into the rear setback, so that's part of the project. And then as Ms. Burkhart outlined, there's also a modification request for the encountering the fireplace in the eastern setback, on the eastern property line right there. Okay, so and just a little bit about our owners. Our clients bought the home a few years back, and they looked for years in the neighborhood. We're very excited to find this home and very excited about the historic nature of the property and are all for respecting that. And so this whole project has been about how do we do that and meet their needs for their growing family in the most modest way that's appropriate for the site. So with that, let's go take a look at the site photos. So let's go to L first. So here's the view from the street. So you can see up one side of the driveway, you get a glimpse of that guest house in the back. And then you also are looking at part of the main house on the left-hand side there. And then maybe let's go to A. So this is a close-up shot of the guest house with garage, single-car garage below in question. And then let's go to N. So N is giving you a glimpse of the existing pergola structure, which is not in the setback, but then beyond that is the fireplace and counter that is in the setback there as built. And the unfortunate thing about that was shortly after the owners bought the property, there was a complaint that there was something in the setback that wasn't supposed to be, and so the city sent an inspector out, and unfortunately they were told at the time that there was nothing wrong with that, and it all looked good. But then as we've submitted this time, it's come up under formal review that there's a question about it. So I'm going to go to the site plan. Maybe zoom out just a little bit. So the site is a very steeply sloping site, which comes into play as to where we could put this addition that's not in front of the historic resource and not on top of existing improvements. And so that circular driveway comes up and around the main house, and the addition is back up against the northern property line there, and then you see the bocce trellis and floor plan counter off to the eastern property line. And a fortunate thing is that the neighbor to the north, 1705 La Souen, just above the guest house there, they are in support of the project and have written a letter that's been submitted with public comment supporting the location because it is located in a way that tucks it up against the hill, so it's in the least intrusive way, not in their view. And then they also happen to own the parcel to the east, and it's a very odd parcel. It's only about 0.14 acres, and it's kind of an odd shape and very unlikely to be developed in the future. It's right above the frog wall there on Paterna. So it's kind of it's a funky shaped parcel, and he just has it landscaped right now. And so he also wrote an email that I submitted for public comment saying that he doesn't object to the current development that is in that eastern setback as well. Okay, let's go to the next. And so just briefly, here's the existing guest house. You can see there's an existing deck off to the right-hand eastern side that we're going to be demolishing, but otherwise leaving the main envelope of the resource. And let's go to the next. Yeah, we go to the next. Okay, so here are the proposed floor plans. So we're on the first floor there at the bottom, we're keeping the one-story garage, and we're adding an exercise room on the ground floor with an exterior staircase off to the right-hand eastern side. And then that'll take you upstairs, and there's a bedroom with a covered patio that's added above there. And then on the western side, we're remodeling the interior of the existing guest house to be an additional bedroom. So part of the project also was, by adding on to the existing resource, we are, the square footage that the clients would need for the 2 bedrooms they were looking for was reduced because we are using the floor plate of the existing guest house as opposed to building a brand new structure with its own, square footage for those 2 bedrooms. Okay, and here's the last page here with some renderings of the elevations. Why don't we look at the number 4 there in the bottom left. So the goal here was basically to match with the existing main house and the existing guest house with its clay tile roof and small roof overhang with plaster walls, wood balcony and railing, wood windows and shutters. And the plan is to kind of match the style, the Mediterranean style of the existing house. Now the existing floor plate of the ceiling height on the second floor is 7 feet in the guest house, and so in an attempt to make it a little bit more comfortable, we did bump that up to 8'6" for that second bedroom on the addition side. But if we go to the elevation above that, we are still in compliance with the solar ordinance requirement. Which actually it gets a little tighter as the property line pinches, but we still were able to be in compliance with the height of that ordinance with the 8'6" plate. And then you can see in that elevation the stair with the plaster detail, swoop detail at the bottom, leading up to that covered patio on the second floor. So overall, we think it's a fairly modest addition that meets the needs of the client while respecting the historic resource. And throughout this process, we've been working with the neighbor, and they have good relations with that neighbor to the north that would be mostly impacted by this. And we've also been working with Ms. Burkhart and Ms. Hernandez in figuring out, what's the best path forward with the most sensitive solution for the site. So today we're asking for your feedback, hopefully positive, on the design and the 2 modification requests. And yeah, we want to get that Vitruvian gavel stamp of approval on the project.
Yeah. Okay, if that concludes your presentation, we'll open public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair House. If there is anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item in person, please fill out a speaker slip and turn it in. Not seeing any movement, so I'll go ahead and turn to virtual public comment. If there is anyone joining on Zoom who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then we did receive written correspondence, 2 submissions from Jay Griffith, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. Back to you.
Thank you. I'll close public comment and open it to questions from the commission. Commissioner
I
McClure.
have a question. Did you say that the neighbor to the east is okay with that barbecue setback issue?
Yes, yeah, the neighbor to the east actually is the same owner as the neighbor to the north. So they own that parcel, and the parcel to the east, actually, could you go to the satellite image on the cover sheet? It's a funny parcel down at the bottom there. It's a funny shaped parcel and it's not developed right now. So it was kind of a leftover parcel that that had been owned by that neighbor to the north for forever.
So there's no conflict with...
Yeah, and it's actually got like a little creek kind of running through it.
And then secondly, on the north elevation of your new building, was that the water heater, that little element? I guess it's on the existing building. Yeah, what is that? Is that a water heater?
Yeah, I want to say it is.
Yeah, it's the existing, I don't know if it's I don't think it's a water heater.
Can you go to the, I think you have a picture of it.
Sure looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
Maybe a picture of it.
Yeah, let's see if I got it right here. No, I don't have it at the back, no. That was on the...
All right.
So, yeah, I got a photo of it.
It wasn't nice enough to take a photo of.
No.
Yeah.
There's no evidence.
Yeah, I don't think we have it.
I have a question for staff. Is it possible that if it is a water heater, is that an additional encroachment that needs to be approved by the staff hearing officer?
No, if it's existing, that portion is considered non-conforming, so the modification request is to allow the new portion of the...
Even though we don't know when that water heater was added on, because it probably was...
Sure, yeah, I can double check that it's permitted.
Yeah,
I didn't, it's not something that came
Probably
out
why I
to me
don't know.
earlier, but I can double check for you.
Well, I just want to make sure everything gets approved and it doesn't end up
Yeah.
coming back because...
Yeah,
it's overlooked.
so we'll check on that before we come for project design approval, certainly.
Any questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Insberg.
Vice Chair House. Well, we have to ask a lot of questions. So, the entry door on east elevation,
Yes.
can you, is that, it looks like a screen door right now. Is that,
No, the intention there is for it to be a door with glazing and muntins.
like the one below it?
Yeah. Are you talking about the?
Yeah.
Oh, at the top of the stairs, that's actually an opening. So that's a.
Oh, that
that's
goes into the...
It might be a graphic.
That goes into the
That goes into the
porch.
covered porch.
Right, okay,
yeah.
got
So
it,
that's
yes, thank you.
That might just be a graphic thing. that-
Yeah. And then also, there's a retaining wall, it looks like, on the backside of one of these elevations. I guess if you could scroll.
Yeah.
Yeah, here, on
This
the
one
lower
right here.
right.
Yeah.
I think she's talking about the
I'm
garage.
talking about here at the
Oh,
lower
okay.
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So how does that translate through to the new building? Is it that just continue along?
Yeah, so why don't we go to the site plan? That's the existing retaining wall between the neighbor to the north. Yeah, so it starts right there and then kind of skews off kind of northeast, getting further and further away from the building. But the pinch point there is right at the garage.
Okay. And then all of the details obviously are matching the existing house, the garage, and you're just pulling off the main house and the garage too. For everything,
Yeah.
right?
The main house and the garage were kind of where our starting point for all the detailing. And then, there'll be a few elements like the detailing at the patio balcony that, we'll play off of it, but some of it will have to, take
Okay.
its cues from that.
Okay, thank you.
Who else has questions?
Real quick, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Butler.
To follow up on that, the patio balcony that's proposed, I mean, how reflective of that is that of the original house and the materials that you're proposing?
So, the original house doesn't have like a second floor balcony like that, but it does have a wood trellis element on the front, and then there are the wood rafter eaves. So you can see there, that's the rear of the house. It doesn't give some of that wood detailing. The front of the house has a little bit more of that, as well as the eave line. So, but as far as a second floor, balcony, there's not one per se on the main house, but I feel like the wood detailing, that's playing off of those elements kind of fits into that similar language.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gordon.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand the relationship of the addition to the street. When I look at your set of photos, L and M show the view towards the existing guest house, and your addition would not really be very visible. Only a little bit of that would be visible.
Right. So in that photo L.
Because it's next to rather than in front of what we're looking at.
Correct. And that was a big discussion point, was where do we locate this programming? And so by placing it.
Where would the addition be visible from within the neighborhood? Does the neighbor to the north see it?
So the neighbor to the north it's tucked back as far as we can, hence the modification requests. And so therefore, and then the property keeps sloping upward to the neighbor. So the neighbor will be looking out over
it.
And so that was part of the goal of tucking it in, was that you're not pushing it out, and one, in front of the historic resource, and two, further out and more obstructing the neighbor's view.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Uli.
Just to respond to the commissioner's question, on image M, you can see the existing balcony. The addition takes the place of that balcony, so you'll see this from the street.
Oh, yeah.
Just to the right.
Yeah.
Right. So it would be in line with that existing.
And Chair?
Commissioner Ensberg.
Just to add on to that, you have pinched it down to the connection is pinched in, which is per the standards, I believe, to be appropriate for an addition onto a historic structure. So I appreciate that you did that. I believe that's the right way to do it, and just wanted to point out that element.
That sounded like a comment.
Oh. Sorry.
If I may?
That's okay. You have a question, sir?
No, she get into if I may?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Are there any further questions? Then let's go into comments.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Uli.
I think it is a very tastefully done addition to resource. I think it's very sensitive to the main building, very sensitive to the existing little building. My comment is, though, I would expect on the stairway with this swooped bottom that there would be some kind of corbel element that would suggest that it's supporting the landing. It just seems to be floating there. So you might explore some kind of corbel detail that looks like it's going to support that stair. But otherwise, I think it's very supportable.
Thank you. And also, if you can make comments on the modification requests.
I don't have any problem with the modifications. It seems odd that somebody couldn't put a barbecue in their side yard without special permission, but I don't have any issues with the modifications. I think the site suggests that it is constrained, and so that's good justification for modifications if it wasn't a historic resource. And of course, because it is a historic resource, it's even better support for modifications that allow the sensitive attachment to said resource.
Exactly.
I'll add to that. I find the request for modifications due to the constraints of the site very understandable and supportable, and the testimony that the neighbor adjacent, the one most directly affected by that, has agreed to that to be very persuasive in my support for it.
Mr. Chair, may I also ask, there will be no sandstone wall damage in, I think the northern boundary is pretty close to that project, and it says sandstone. I'm assuming it's one of our beloved sandstone.
Yeah, I definitely know that is the case at the front property line, and then at the rear, I believe there's.
Mm-hmm. So just be careful.
Noted.
Okay. Any other comments? Commissioner Ensberg, you must have some comments.
No, but do we have a second?
Nobody's made a motion.
No one's made a motion? Okay. Well, I'll wait till someone makes a motion.
Oh, because you don't want to go through that whole
Right. Any other comments? Okay. Who would like to make a motion then? This would be for indefinite continuance to the staff hearing officer for 2 modifications.
Okay, since you put it that way, I will, I will make the motion to continue.
Motion by Ensberg.
Second.
Second by Ule. And what additional comments do you want?
Could you also comment on the, whether or not you would like to accept the historian's memo to Secretary of Interior Standing?
Of course we would.
The seconder is okay with that, if the firster is okay with that.
Yes, please, if we could add that piece. Thank you.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. It's me, Commissioner Uli.
Is that me?
That's you, Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
and Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I realize I didn't summarize the comments, but I presume you got them. They were pretty simple, yeah.
Just the modification acceptance in the memo, right?
And that corbel.
And the corbel, yes.
Yeah. And that it was tastefully done. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, here comes the chair.
Bring donuts?
No, but I had some. I went there and got them. I ate them in the back. Yeah. And they were really good.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't say into the mic. They were really good. Yeah.
Could I see that gavel?
No, you may not. All right. Okay, so do we need a few more minutes here?
3 minutes.
Okay, we'll take a 3-minute recess, or we'll make it a 5-minute recess.
You just got back.
All right, I know. I'll run to the coffee shop. Commission. We are now on to item 5. It's a new item for concept review. Yep, 531 Ortega Street, designed in 1964 by Robert Inglehoyt in the mid-century modern style. Proposal to redevelop the existing site to accommodate a junior high school campus for Providence School. The project includes additions and alterations to existing single-story main building, partial demolition of the existing gymnasium, with remaining floor area to be converted to a 3,100 square foot theater, construction of a new 8,800 square foot gymnasium, and a new 4,300 square foot two-story building comprised of additional classroom and office administration space. The project includes alterations to the existing surface parking lot to accommodate a total of 40 uncovered vehicle spaces, new bicycle parking, grading, and landscape hardscape improvements throughout the site, planning commission review and approval of a development plan to allow for the construction of a new non-residential floor area, and a conditional use permit to allow for the operation of a school in the RM zone is required. So we have a two-part. Part A is requesting acceptance of a Phase 1 and Phase 2 historic structure site report prepared by Post Hazeltine. Phase 1 concluded the main building designed by Robert Inglehoyt is eligible for listing as a structure of merit. Phase 2 concluded the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Therefore, project impacts on the significant historic resource would be less than significant, Class 3. And then Part B is going to be the project designer review. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings and major alteration findings will be required for project design approval. All right, so with that, welcome. If you could introduce yourselves for the record, we'll get any staff comments. And then why don't we then start with the historian's summary report, and then we'll pause that once we get the report, and then we'll go to the Part B for the design review, and then if appropriate, we'll go back to the A for reviewing and or approving the report.
Actually, Mr. Chair, if I could just interject, I think the preferred procedure is to review the project first so that you understand the project in the context of the Phase 2 report. So then they can present the project and then present the report, and then you would vote on the report before you make any decisions on the project itself, if that makes sense.
I think we've usually wanted the at least the first part of the historian's report first, so that we're significant, so that we're making sure we're asking the right questions, and when we're judging the projects, at that aspect. Because it's the 1 and 2.
Review the Phase 1
Yeah,
first
we'll
before
review
the
Phase 1, and then we'll pause it, and then we'll go on to the thing.
Understand.
And we can always accept the Phase 1 and not the second part if we want the project to just change. Okay, if it's too Irving Gill or anything.
Don't.
Yeah. All right.
I think Irving Gill might be
Okay,
sharing, yeah.
so let's do that. So if the historians wouldn't mind giving the.
Do you mind if I say that?
No.
Pamela Post of Post Hazeltine Associates.
Tim Hazeltine, Post Hazeltine Associates.
Okay.
And we'll try to keep this brief.
Yeah.
Really, the history of the property that we're concerned with begins in 1963 when the Girls Club received city permission to build a girls club on the property. It was designed by Robert Inglehoyt in an iteration of modernist architecture. And was completed in 1964. There's an addition at the rear of the building, sort of the gymnasium area, that's basically detached, semi-detached, and that was built in 1987, I think, to the design of William Halls. And we found the building eligible because it's a good example of this sort of reductive, simplified modernism, and as is often the case with Robert Inglehoyt, he incorporated some elements like the dental molding. That was a detail that was also present on the Unity Church, which has since been remodeled. And also it shows up on some buildings at UCSB, some of the early buildings that have the same construction materials, which is a grid of concrete blocks, often in that especially appealing pink color. And, it's not, when you look at the building, to be blunt, it doesn't seem remarkable. But what makes it important is it's an example of this particular type of architecture that gained widespread currency for commercial and institutional buildings in the late 1950s through the mid 1960s. And so it's a type that existed in Santa Barbara, of which there were never very many, and which some, including Unity Church, have been remodeled, removing some of the original details. So Pam and I concluded that the property was eligible, the original building, the structure, the lower structure of merit level.
And can you just scroll through real quick?
Oh, sure. I thought everyone had read.
So Bill Mahan went to work for Robert Inglehoyt right around this time and worked on, he claims he worked on this project. He said, everybody, when they came to Santa Barbara, they wanted to do modern architecture.
Yeah.
And then I said, so Bill, what about that dental molding? Because that seems sort of odd. And he said, yeah, that's probably something Robert just decided to.
For some reason, he liked that detail. So we're on page, pardon, I didn't bring my glasses, page 3 of the report, and this is the sort of site plan. See the building towards the front of the street with a lawn that flanks either side of a concrete walkway? That's Ortega Street. And that's the original building you see with the red arrow pointing to it. And then the addition is to the right-hand side of the photo. In the upper right-hand side, there's a text and an arrow pointing to the addition. And here's one of the original plan for the building from Robert Inglehoyt's office. You can see it's arranged as a series of rectangular components that form these sort of shallow courtyards or entry areas on the East Ortega Street frontage, and then there's one to the rear of the building. And both of those functioned as entrances, in a sense it had two primary entrances in its original existence as the Girls Club. And this is this is the floor plan of the original building. And there's another plan here with some reductive landscaping detail on it. And the landscape is not, I should have noted that Pamela concluded it was not a historic landscape. And there have been some alterations to the building. Most of the fenestration has been replaced, retaining the original opening sizes for the windows, but the windows themselves are now sort of like that vinyl clad units, and originally they were steel and some wood. And here's the entrance on East Ortega Street. When the building, of course, was constructed, these hedges hadn't grown up so much. The tree there, you see the center upper photo to the left, as that tree was removed via city permit recently. It's a big, sort of like a banyan ficus tree that was growing its roots into the foundation, from what I understand. And I'm showing this to show you one area that was altered. You can see these are the replacement windows. You can see they were like a wide sort of border. It's not a border, but frame, and it's wider than the original. And then down below, there was an alteration there that's been roughly patched. This is another detail, sort of mid-century details, these sort of pierced blocks. So here it shows that pinkish kind of orange concrete block that was so prevalent at the period. So the building on this here side, the side facing Celso Paredes Street, had these little, almost like yards. But of course, as a school, that was very practical because they were using the classrooms for different functions for the girls' school. I'm just going to cursor through these because you can see the building is very simple and reductive. And the detailing doesn't really change as you go around the building too much. It's simpler in some areas and slightly more complicated in others, but there's not a series of different motifs or even too many elements that point out where entrances and exits are. Here, though, you can see if you look at the bottom photograph to the left, you can see the fireplace, the chimney there sticking up, which is sort of a modernist motif that you actually often find in commercial buildings. It's not a fireplace, but it's where they put a sign. So it's got that motif, but of course it had a different function. And this photo is the 1987 edition, which employed a sort of overskilled rendition of the dental molding from the original building. And here's some details of the addition. You can see down below, part of it has a sort of very similar to the original building, and then other parts to the rear that go up to the upper playing field. It's just very utilitarian, with fewer references to that mid-century architecture. And so we have some more photos of this. And then, of course, we go through the whole significance criteria, which is just what I summarized.
Great. Okay, so with that, let's see, for public comment, maybe we should go to public comment now, and then come back and go to the design. Does that sound good, like a good plan? Okay, let's do that. All right, so we'll go to public comment now, if that completes your presentation. And so on the historian's report, significance report, any member of the public? Seeing none, go to virtual.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. To virtual public comment, if there is anyone attending virtually who'd like to speak on the report of this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then we do not receive written correspondence. Back to you.
All right. To the commission for questions on the, actually, I guess let's do questions in case there's questions that'll be informative for our design review. So let's do questions, and then we'll go on from there. Any questions for the historians in the report? All right, seeing none, we'll pause this and move on to open item B. So for the design. Okay. So, what's that? Okay, so I guess we can go through that motion first, and then, because then it's, yeah, that's true, a good point. Then, yeah, exactly. Then the meeting's over. So if we say no, we all get to go home early. No. Okay, so we'll reopen the report.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify that we're just reviewing the Phase 1 portion of the
Yes.
report at this time. So if you agree with the conclusions of the Phase 1 portion of the report, that's what's being
Phase
reviewed.
1 being that the historic significance, not not reviewing the design yet. So everyone clear on that?
Yes.
All right. Would you like, would someone like to make a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to accept the Phase 1 report as presented.
Second.
All right. It's too slow, Commissioner Butler. All right. Commissioner Uli seconds it. Under discussion? Any discussion? All right. Roll call vote.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Under discussion, I would add that Robert Inglehoyt was a fellow. So it should be comma FAIA.
Thank you for that. With that adjustment. And the maker of the motion, okay with that? I guess accepting it with that addition?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Now we can
All right, now we can carry on to Part B. So if you can state your names for the record and yeah.
Jay Higgins. Jay Higgins is here. I am Brian Cornell.
Steve Lewis, Brian.
We're glad we're going to talk about dentals. And wide-spaced dentals.
You weren't going to make me laugh. It was pretty good.
All right.
Steve Noon and Justin Manuel.
All right. Well, welcome. If you guys can walk us through your project, and yeah, you'll have 15 minutes, but you don't have to take it all.
So really, this is a perfect site opportunity for Providence, who's been looking for a school site for quite a while. You know, they are in somewhat unfortunate circumstances a few blocks from here now in Canon Perdido, and this really became a wonderful opportunity. So I think the building, although it has its challenges, not the least of which it's actually on it has a raised wood floor, which is surprising for a building like this. You'd think it would have been built as a slab at the time. Probably had to do with soils, I'm guessing, I'm not sure. But that's one of the remediation issues that we're going to be dealing with, because there's a lot of moisture underneath this. So we looked at a number of different options to fulfill the school's program for this, which is basically through high school. It's junior high and high school students for Providence. So they have a need for, they debated a need for a gym. They debated what the rooms inside the existing building would be. And we actually saw an opportunity. They also have a wonderful theater program. So we realized there was an opportunity to reuse some of the building that Holland Visione did. So let's go ahead and go to the proposal plan. So what we're doing is basically taking a portion of that, what was the gymnasium, which was an undersized gymnasium for the Girls Inc., and turning it into basically their performing arts space. And then you can see how the remainder of the classrooms in the existing building get placed. There's then the middle space of the building, which is ideal, becomes kind of their common gathering space, and then we have admin space taking up really the rest of that building. The main entrance that we want is off of the parking lot through into basically an expanded courtyard. So the entrance, Steve, you can show where the entrance was into that, or on the plan. So basically the main entrance that was one entrance, but there was also the main entrance coming in to the common area right here, right? So that really becomes an important focal point for then a new outdoor courtyard space that can be used as multiple functions, whether it's volleyball or gathering or whatever. And then to the right, where you see classroom 6, 7, 8, that's a new two-story classroom building with then the main admin entrance off of that. And then further to the north, we are building a new gym, and because of its relationship to the neighbors, we are, and also the site, because the site goes up quite a bit at this point, we are burying that building in the ground so that it has a maximum height of around 18 feet when measured from grade, and we can show you those plans. So we have tried to maximize the parking spaces to accommodate the need. There has been a parking analysis done by ATE. And, we've got a lot of bike parking that is necessary, and obviously security for a school like this is very important, and so you'll see in the renderings how we do want to sort of ensconce the site so that it will be safe for the students. So let's go to next. Well, this is basically a section through the site, so you can see the existing building on the left, and then the new gymnasium that is buried in the ground on the right. Now, there's a slight grade difference between that building and that courtyard, and so there'll be a ramped condition that goes up. Let's go to the next slides, which are elevations. So we're keeping this sort of mid-century sensibility of the flat roofs and deep overhangs. We are actually proposing that these planes be made of cross-laminated timber, so that they're actually a beautiful wood element inside the space and in the exterior, and kind of work to this particular vernacular. But we also want it to be much more open and airy for the students. So you can see there's we're proposing a large glass face for that main entry element. The elevation on the top is adjacent to the neighbor, and I think you can see when we go back to the site plan, this is actually facing sort of an open area with a large tree. Those windows need study, but the idea is obviously just to bring light high into that gymnasium space. Why don't we go to the renders, Steve, real quick, and give the best sense of context. So if you can blow that one up. So that's from the Ortega view, and actually one of the things that this does not show, that we did a corrected view. Nicole was concerned about that entry element being kind of covered with the vines, so we're going to remove the vines in that area so that that remains open. But you can get a good sense of the massing beyond really not being that visible here from this Ortega viewpoint. Let's go down to the next rendering, and then from the corner, likewise, you can kind of get a sense the 2-story classroom really blocks any visibility of that gymnasium structure. But I think it provides a really nice balance to the 1-story of the existing school. And we're also being judiciously adding some clear story elements, basically extending some of those existing clear story elements just to bring a little bit more light into the admin space and also into some of the classroom space on the west side. I think we've got some other, do we have another view of this, Steve? Yeah. Yeah, so this is from then, from South Sepulvedas, looking back. At this point, I don't know that the building will be white like this, but we want to differentiate it from the existing building. We are proposing to use, we know we can find that pink block, although it's not looking very pink here, but we're thinking about using it in very limited capacity as kind of a wainscot to this new classroom building and maybe some of the site walls interior as well. Let's go to the next slide. And then this is that courtyard space inside, and I think it's going to be, this is obviously a tight site, and the program is aggressive for the site, but this courtyard opportunity ended up being a perfect place then that can be a multi-function for the students. We are also proposing, you can see that second level patio off of the gymnasium. That is going to access a little green space that's actually going to be a green roof that is above some of the restroom functions for that gymnasium that are buried into the ground. I think that covers us. I will say here parenthetically that I don't love the dental molding. So maybe we can discuss that. It's really not detailed very well. And it would be beautiful if we just had a simple fascia, in my opinion, but I'll let you guys discuss that.
Sorry, which dental molding?
On the existing building. A lot of it is dilapidated and come off. It really is just a 2x6 that is stuck, that is nailed onto the fascia. So it's a little bit of a waterproofing issue, and I'd love to just make it simple and clean. I might have felt different if it was the River of Life, like on the Unity Church, but this just seems incongruous for this period of building for me, but we can discuss that.
You gotta go.
Did I miss anything? Oh, landscaping, of course. Justin, I took all your time.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
All right, for the site, so it's got, like he was saying, that being that it's a school, security is a big issue, so there's somewhat 2 levels of security. There's the buildings create kind of a very secure space, and then there's the parking lot. And the school's concerned about, after hours use, people stumbling into that area that have no, that don't need to be there. So we've got a low site wall that goes both along South Sepulvedas and Ortega. And if you go to the bottom right of the sheet, we've got a picture from the Unity Church of a railing with a low wall, and that wall, so that's kind of the inspiration for what we might be proposing around the outside. I think it's a successful detail given that, the roof line kind of mimics the top of that rail a bit. So that's the thinking to go around the entire outside, which it doesn't pick up on the renders because this was done after the renders. But if you go back to the site plan, so you can see that going somewhat close to the sidewalk along both sides. right along at the middle of Salsa Puedes is the vehicular entrance. Yeah, and so we've pulled the wall back in. We've got, you know, the sightline triangle, but then it gave a good opportunity to kind of establish it as the vehicular entrance by putting a couple olives on each side. And then on the Ortega side, we've similarly pulled it back, putting an olive on each side, giving it the a little bit less of a presence. But that's the drop-off and pickup zone for students. And the school really wanted to have an overhead, some kind of overhead feature, not necessarily a roof or something, but something to kind of establish the school's entry for students, and maybe some potential for banners to be, you know, you could imagine what they might want to put up on there. So that's the idea with the box shown, and we've since kind of made it into something more like a trellis or something along those lines, not necessarily a real structure.
If we make it a roof, then it triggers moving into an additional tier of stormwater.
Yeah.
And so it'll be a trellis of some kind.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because the original idea was that maybe it mimics something that the proposed architecture or existing architecture is looking like, but maybe it still has a potential to do that. And then to the left of that little space is the proposed courtyard. The existing courtyard is about half of that hardscape space. So we're pushing that out. There's a grade difference, so dropping it down a bit. That's all enclosed by a much taller fence. And then we've got a hedge where the cursor is. And that would just be, you know, outdoor classroom, potentially outdoor eating space. And you can see with the kind of red vine-looking thing, yeah, that there. The school's also very interested in some kind of overhead, just a plant material, something light, not a structure or anything. So just thinking maybe throwing out the idea of tension wire, but really it's about a grape that would grow over there, and it's also got some ties to the aspect of the school's history. On either side of that courtyard, we're showing olives with those little 3 dots, and we've got, those are oaks. There's 3 of those, and then moving further to the right of that, there we've got the pathway that the kids would walk to go up to the entrance of the school, and then the parking lot there would be permeable because of our stormwater needs. And in the parking lot, those trees would be Chinese pistache as the shade trees all throughout there. Moving into the main entrance of the school, as you go through the entrance, we kind of want a more sculptural tree that would maybe, as you're coming through, announce that you're in a more, not formal space, but celebrated space. And with that courtyard that Brian was talking about, we need to build that up a little bit, and so it kind of creates, you can have kind of an elevated seating area overlooking whatever might be going on in the lawn. It's shown as some sports court, but you know, it's going to be a multi-use, so it's compatible with that. There's an existing redwood there that we're keeping, and then there's 2 citrus we're proposing on either side. And then the general planting scheme is your kind of Santa Barbara Mediterranean low water use along the outside. It's not offensive plants, but maybe you could call them defensive plants. They've got a little bit of thorns, but it's not like a rose bush or anything. It's just something to make sure stumblers don't stumble. But that's, yeah, in a nutshell, that's it. And then the signage at the corner of Ortega and Salsa Puedes is kind of built into that wall.
All right, great. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
All right. So with that, let's go to public comment. And since seeing no members of the public in the room to speak on this, anything virtual?
Thank you, Chair Grumline. Turning to virtual, if anyone participating virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and we did not receive written correspondence, so back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission for question.
Mr. Chair?
yes.
Before we move into questions, did you want to hear the analysis on the Phase 2 portion of the historic structures report and the
Sure, that might be
conclusions?
part of, yeah,
Thank you.
part of the discussion as well. We'll just, yeah, keep doing musical chairs. Musical historic chairs. All right,
I have
so.
a question for staff. The reason, this is not in the EPV. So the reason we'll be seeing this is because it's, will be deemed eligible.
It was just deemed.
Pardon me?
We just deemed
Yeah,
it.
it was deemed eligible to be a structure of merit.
Through the chair, that's correct.
The ordinance says as soon as you accept a report that says it's eligible, it gets added to the historic resources inventory, so it's in your jurisdiction. And this is all for CEQA purposes.
So even though we're not touching that building, the fact that we're building on that site means that the architecture has to match or
Or it has to come through us.
Yeah.
And we are touching.
They are touching.
We are
Yeah.
touching the building.
Yeah. Including filling in the dentals.
And then, Mr. Chair, I'm sure this will be covered in the Historic Structures Report Phase 2 portion, but they are making some alterations to the existing main building in addition to the new buildings and alterations to the site as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so yes, reintroduce yourselves, and then you can just do a quick little brief summary of what you're.
Pamela Post of Post Hazeltine Associates.
Tim Hazeltine, Post Hazeltine Associates. So the report concludes the project meets the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. And we acknowledge it's a little different for Santa Barbara because we're mostly used to dealing with historical styles or renditions or iterations or interpretations of pre-World War II historic styles. In this case, we're dealing with a post-World War II modernist building with an addition that's been designed in a contemporary style. So it references, as Mr. Connell pointed out, with some elements of the original building in terms of using these rectangular or volumes, basically flat roofs, and the incorporation of some, possibly of these textile or the roughly cast concrete blocks. We found it eligible. We'll talk first about the addition, which is the building and back. It meets the direction and the standards that these larger additions should be placed to the rear of a structure or off the rear of the structure. They should be connected to the original structure if they are by low one-story hyphens if possible. And in this case, by retaining that one wing on the west side of the building, it's there now, that eventually acts as the hinge, even though they're not quite connected. So it meets the requirement that the addition not visually or spatially overwhelm the historic structure. It's sympathetic in materials, but contemporary in design and incorporating some contemporary materials such as larger expanses of glazing. The Secretary of the Interior standards actually encourage additions, as we all know, and to be differentiated from the original building. In the case of the standards as they're applied in many places in the country, that's a pretty aggressive difference. In this case, we feel this kind of hits the middle point of being different and contemporary, but not so different that it's at odds with the original building or that it affects the primary street elevations of the building, which is where the public enjoyment of the resource comes from. We're supportive of the fencing and the hedging because it's reversible. Of course, ideally, there would be no fences, but we all understand the sort of realities of public and private educational institutions and security. So we're supportive because we believe that meets Standard 10, which means in the future, they could be removed without impacting the historic resource. Alterations to the historic building are really primarily confined to a great extent to the addition of these very low clerestories on the two wings that project towards East Ortega Street. We're supportive of that because their massing is very, very low. It emulates the horizontality of the existing building, but isn't so big or overwhelming that if you looked at the building once they're put in, that you would immediately go, oh, that's like a huge, what did they add to the top of the roof? This looks not right. We feel the scale and massing and low profile meets standard 9, which is that additions should be complementary to the original building but differentiated. So I think those are our main points.
All right, thank you.
Can I just request you address your opinion about the lintels, so the commission...
The dentals?
Yeah.
They can keep the
dentals,
lintels.
sorry. It's been a long day. We've been here for hours and hours.
Well, we generally try to be careful about giving ad hoc answers that we haven't fully evaluated, but verbally, without it being in the report. But we did identify them in the report as a character defining feature. So, and as we pointed out, some of those details that for some reason Robert Inglehoyt liked to add to his building. So it'd be sort of modernist, but then he'd add this little detail that was, I'll call it a precursor to the precursor of new formalism, if sort of Edward Durrell Stone, in a very minor way.
And just a little addition to that in regard to the dental molding. As you know, in modernist, in this case, mid-century modernist or second-generation modernism, applied ornamentation was really kept at a minimal, but the case that they did apply ornamentation, this is a feature that he applied, so we felt, this was significant, part of the building's design. Yeah.
All right, great, thank you. Okay, so we'll pause there and then go to the, go to the design and,
Go to the questions.
And, go to the questions of the design, sorry.
I can present again.
Yeah, sorry. So many back and forth, I'm still trying to, okay. I
And
guess
then-
we're back in
Character
questions.
defining
Yeah, I know, exactly. So as long as you fill in the dentals with gold 2x6s, then it's fine.
So, Mr. Chair, just to summarize, this is here for your first conceptual review of the project. This project will be going to the Planning Commission for a development plan for the new non-residential square footage that they're proposing, as well as for a conditional use permit to operate a school in this zone. So any comments about the overall size, bulk, and scale, if you have any comments about story poles, particularly for the new gymnasium building, if those are necessary. And then if you'll be accepting the Phase 2 component of the historic structures report. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. All right, so back to the commission for questions. Any questions?
I have,
All right,
yes.
Commissioner
Chair Grunbein.
Ensberg.
Yeah, could you, can we go to the rendering that has the glass building, the glass piece that's adjacent to the gymnasium, I think? Yeah, right there.
This
Yeah,
one?
right there.
Right, right. So how tall is that? And is that just a circulation space primarily? Is that?
That is basically the main administration greeting space. So that's when somebody comes to the school, they will go into that space and check in. So it's.
Okay, got it.
That's what it
Okay.
serves as. But we do have, we intentionally separated that from the Robert Inglehoyt building just to leave a gap there. And, that will also serve as access for certain events.
Mhm. And again, what was the overall height, interior, about?
That portion?
Yeah.
That's probably, I don't know, 18 feet, something like that, 16 feet. Do we have it on the elevation, Steve?
Okay.
And then the two-story classroom portion is probably closer to 25 feet.
Mhm. Okay, cool. And then to the rendering where it was from the courtyard there, this upper area that you were describing as a arcade, I think you said, is that, you come down that walkway there, right? And it ends at the far left, up on the second floor?
Yes.
You come down and it ends there, right? Doesn't return around?
Correct.
And then is it a way that you can walk along there and then observe what's going on in the gymnasium? Is that the idea of it?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, those are my questions.
All right, other questions? I had a question about the roof of the gymnasium and the renderings. Is it tilted or not? It looks like it's almost flat, but is it angled?
No, the intention is for the fascia to be flat all around.
Oh, okay. It's just what, optical illusion or something. Okay. Okay. Let's go to comments now. All right, who wants to start?
Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Uli.
In general, I'm supportive of the project. Anything that promotes education is cool. I understand your struggle with the historic building and how odd Mr. Hoyt applied those dentils. And yes, it would be nice to be able to strip them and make the building a little simpler, but unfortunately, I think you've got to leave that building alone. Repair, clean up, and tune up where you can to preserve it, but I think you've got to pretty much keep your hands off of it. I'm comfortable with the design of the buildings that you want to add, in the sense that while they tend, in my opinion, they tend to be a little more modern and contemporary in feel, I think they're appropriately different from the historic resource, which is the point. And so I'm okay with that. I would discourage adding any kind of vertical structure to the front of the existing building, if you can, only because just like the hedged or the landscaping obscured in your presented renderings the front of the building, something else is going to obscure the front of the building as well. So I get, in high schools, they've got banners and flyers and boosters and, all kinds of crazy things going on for high school kids. But I would try and avoid doing that in the front of the historic building. That's what I can think of so far, but generally supportive of where you're going.
All right, thank you. Who wants to jump in? Anyone? All right, Commissioner Ansberg.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I think this is really exciting, and I appreciate what you guys have done here. These are kind of, so I support what Commissioner Uli has just said about the dentals, and just overall, I agree with what he has said. I think that the dentals perhaps maybe, I don't know if you're proposing this or you're wanting them to maybe go away, but if they can be on the original building but not necessarily on the new building, I think that would be good. I'm fine with that. And then the color, the white, which of course white is my favorite color besides black, but and stripes, yes, but black and white stripes are really great. But anyway,
We can do that.
I do. Yeah, so you're going to study that some more and see, because I am one person who does appreciate the pink block, and so I'm in favor of that, and if however you can bring that in, I would support that. But I think the white also works. Maybe you just study it some more and see how it's going to best come out. And then finally, on our topic of, and I'm fine with the size, bulk, and scale. I think it's appropriate. And story poles, I think we better look at and see what the regulations require and whether they're required, and if they are, then we should do them.
Yeah, well, I think we can ask staff about that.
We got our hands slapped on that.
Yeah, we got chastised.
Well, it might be virtually
Memo
slapped. It might not be a true slap.
Mr. Chair, they're currently required. It's at the discretion of the commission whether or not you think they're necessary. For example, if you think the size, bulk, and scale is overall appropriate to other buildings in the neighborhood, there's other comparable buildings in the neighborhood. In terms of height, that could be a reason to say story poles aren't required, or if the applicant can provide other other
Alternative,
elements, alternatives
3D,
to address
yeah.
size, bulk, and scale that would address height for the commission, that would be fine as well. If they are required, they're going to need to be prepared for the site before Planning Commission reviews the development approvals for the site.
Gotcha. Okay.
So,
Okay.
so I don't know what the answer is, but,
So it seems like currently they are required, unless we find some other reason why we think that they're not required.
Okay.
So, and there was a public comment earlier, you can listen to at the very beginning of the meeting, that was saying that we did it wrong on the previous project with you from last week. But I think that if you're wanting, I think just on that, it seems like the right response is, if the applicant doesn't want to do story polls for this, then they're going to need to come with the evidence and prove it to us before they go to Planning Commission. They're going to have to come back, prove it to us before they're going to go to Planning Commission, because otherwise they will be required for Planning Commission. So if they want to make that argument, they can, but they've got to come with whatever the thing is that makes us comfortable to say we can make the findings without story polls.
So, Mr. Chair, I just do want to point out on what's on the screen here, as you can see the buildings that are to the west of this site that are outlined. So that's important to understand the scale. And I think you can also see on the far right-hand side the scale of the building, and that's, why we're going to extreme effort to excavate and lower this building so that it's a residential kind of a scale of 18 feet, which is what is
Yeah.
normal.
Okay, and that argument, I think from my point of view, and at least I'd make that argument for the commission, I think that while I think this might end up being fine, I think there isn't sufficient evidence right now in terms of a neighborhood comparison and assessment, as well as 3D views of it that help show from all angles that it will be okay. So I do think that that we need more information, not just this, but it probably will be okay in my guesstimate, but that's just my own guess. And it hasn't been really shown.
Photographs of the surrounding structures, the surrounding neighborhood, just visual.
I mean, yeah, there's lists of things, you can do 3D models, there's lists, and the applicants know how to do it. They've done it before plenty of times. So they just have to show us with enough, that we're comfortable enough that we can say that we really do know that it fits in the neighborhood because of these reasons. And then
I had one last
go for it, and then Commissioner
comment.
Lenvick after.
Yeah. I wanted to appreciate the wood, the heavy, the glue lambs, if I'm understanding correctly, that you're using. I think that's really interesting and appropriate. So I wanted to mention that. And then I know that, the fencing, I just would like for all of us to think about all this fencing that we're putting up everywhere in the town to keep everybody out of everywhere. And, I remember, we can all remember when we were little tykes and going, over to the school and running around on the playground, riding our bikes and things like that. So I understand the issue, but I just wanted to make that statement that certainly as we're trying to get more housing into downtown, some of these spaces become really opportunities and helpful for the public to be able to somehow use in some way, and I don't know what that was. But I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lenvick?
Yeah, with regard to story pools and how we probably are right in the Creel Street avoidance of story pools. I think this neighborhood is more transitional and has greater impact on the lower scale residential that's around it, and therefore story pools may be necessary here.
Good point. All right, other comments? Any other comments?
I just want to clarify, so you're suggesting this needs to come back with a presentation of reasons why story poles would not be required?
Yeah, the onus is on the applicant to prove to us that story poles aren't required, because we now have such a great understanding of the neighborhood and a comparison of all the numbers and the views and all those things that we're comfortable saying, no, we're going to waive the story pole requirement.
Right, but they otherwise wouldn't be coming back before they go to planning commission, but we want them
It's up to
come
them.
back.
Yeah, in that aspect, if we're good with all the design. And I haven't made my comments yet.
No. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Uli.
Just with respect to the story pole deal, I think that staff should evaluate the city council's direction with that regard and ensure that we are complying with those requirements before we're given the opportunity to say no story poles or story poles. So, there are rules out there, so just make sure that we're good with them. And if we have the ability to waive them, I think that we generally like to waive them because they're a waste of money, in my opinion. They don't serve any purpose, in my opinion. So.
All right, and I do think that they serve purposes, but there we go. We at least have a couple opinions. All right, other comments? Other comments? Okay, so I generally agree with everything that's been said so far. I think it's a supportable project. Can we go to the elevations? And I think the mass bulk scale and those things are definitely supportable. The story pole still to be determined. So I think the one overarching comment I would make in terms of the architecture and aesthetic is, so looking at this, the gym is very vertical for obvious reasons. It's a gym and it's very vertical. It's a big space. But then now going to the perspectives, if you would, and looking at the proportions of the historic building and this, actually bottom right view would be perfect. So looking at this, and I think your sensitive clear story addition was great. It kind of works very well with a sort of layered, it's almost like a falling water in terms of its geometric composition and stepping. And then seeing the gym to the right, it's very vertical and it doesn't seem to quite be working in that composition. Yeah.
That's the classroom.
That's the classroom.
The white.
Gym in the back.
Oh, sorry, classroom. Sorry, the classroom.
That's the neighbor. That's an adjacent property. Yeah, so
No,
you can't
where's-
see the
where's-
gym. You can't see the
Oh,
gym
okay,
behind
sorry,
it.
the classroom. Yeah. Okay, sorry, that makes sense. With the, and the people in the upper story. So with the classroom then. So it seems like that's all that low geometry where you have a plane going up and hitting a roof, and then you got windows as breaking between them, as just the basics of that, and then the proportions of the very, very horizontal, that's why I think the falling water example and the big shadows that it makes. The other building while I like it as a building, the proportions don't seem to be there. It seems a little more Mediterranean in terms of its verticality and proportions and openings being vertical. And so what I'm wondering is there a way of kind of tying them together, whether that's in another roof element or shade element that goes horizontal, that goes over the lower floor windows or something. It seems like it geometrically just needs to be a little bit more sympathetic.
Can you go back and show the classroom building elevation again?
Yeah.
Yes. So the classroom building is significantly different than Hoyt's lower buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And is that a function of the classroom's ground floor having a ceiling height of 15 feet?
Well, or that continuing to the next story too. It's going 2 stories, 2 tall stories.
Yeah.
It is up. The floor of the first floor classrooms is higher than the entrance level. You can see that dashed line.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one reason, but it is a higher, intentionally we're trying to create higher classroom space on that ground level. And that, of course, is, from a practical standpoint, is sort of north-facing glass, so it's going to make for great classrooms.
But I think the chair is correct that there is some uncomfort in that elevation.
Yeah. So like the pilaster elements that you have going, or pier elements that you have going up, they go 2 stories. They're sort of these colossal ordered things. I mean, even just breaking it horizontally, like you have with the wainscot, I think that is more in the feel of this sort of landscaped horizontality. And so it could be just in ornamentation, or it could be in massing, or or just different reorganization of it.
Roof element.
Yeah, or the roof element, maybe it goes all the way
plane
through
all
or
the way
something. And
through.
yeah, some way of just getting it to feel more horizontal, which I never actually get to say normally on it on HLC. So I want to actually say it for once.
What was that?
I know I can't say it again.
Mr. Chair, are you suggesting the roof element on that? Yes, going all, yeah.
Maybe that there's continue or something like that, where things are just more horizontal, and I could see there's probably a good handful of ways of doing it that just incorporate more of that sort of low slung feel that you really have on the historic structure in spades, and very low ceiling. You don't have to go to low ceiling, but just having some of that feel. So that's okay. And then the only other comment was in terms of the all glazing of the box of the entrance. It seems like now that you've also introduced, I understand kind of why, because you want to set it off, but I'm just wondering if there's some other way of giving it a visual, like here's the place to go, but not make it so different than the building to the right. So maybe there is some way of finessing it a little bit to incorporate them together.
Pink concrete block.
Yeah, maybe pink concrete block along the base or something that ties them together, even if they're different. That might not be a bad idea. But whatever.
I just writing to study the admin entrance.
Yeah, exactly. Because okay, okay, and those were my and agreeing with you in terms of the facade or the elevation that you said it wasn't there yet.
Yeah, and I do want to point out on this elevation that we're looking at, I think the gymnasium is considerably far back from Salsopuedes, and you can kind of get a sense of the mass of the apartment building there on the far right. So I think that really is not going to be visible until you're in that courtyard space.
Yeah, and I think that is more, for that exact reason, it's not from the public as much, so it's more sort of, or it's less important in terms of.
It's really this one.
Yeah, that's the one that's around front and center. Okay, and then, okay, so if you want, I'll give you a summary of the comments. All right.
Chair Grumbine?
Yep.
I just wanted to say that I really appreciate your comments, and I do agree with you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so let's start. The first is, generally, we're very supportive of the project, both of type of education and also in the applicant's design of their response to to developing the site and adding to the historic resource. So I'll just go through these notes. So for one, at the entry from the sidewalk, it's preferred to avoid a vertical structure, and in general, especially one in front of the historic building, as least visual impact as possible. Two, we're in favor of using pink block as a general rule for this building. The size, bulk, and mass and scale seem appropriate overall, and the individual building size, it seems well done. On the classroom building, or the white buildings, let's just say, and I agree with that as well. I was gonna make the similar comment in terms of the brightness. It seems too bright, so maybe work on that palette. It doesn't necessarily need to be as bright as a strong white. The glue lambs in the gymnasium are appreciated. It's the gymnasium that has the glue lamb, right?
Well, what I meant was that whole roof structure is going to be the cross-laminated timber, so there'll be the planes of glue lamb. Basically, it's a glue lamb that's a big plane.
Gotcha, and that's going to be the eave that's going to be?
The entire eave, the roof, everything, yeah. And so that wood will be visible inside, which will be really nice.
Okay, yep, and we like that too.
It's like, what, 4 inches thick or 6?
It's, it's 7.5, 5.5, it varies.
Yeah.
You can get it up to 10.5 inches, I think.
All right. While the fence, while fencing in the property is unfortunate from a visual impact, we do understand the practical need for it, especially with the school. Story poles may be necessary and we will need to be proven via 3D renderings and site and comparisons of neighbors. If you do want to, if you do want to us to exempt it from story poles, it needs to be, we need to be convinced. Study, okay, on the, let's see, which elevation were we on again? If we can go, while we're on this one, the west elevation needs, the west elevation of the, which building is that again? That one.
That's the gym.
Yeah, west elevation of the gym needs additional study.
Those are more horizontal, though.
Yeah. And they would look great in vinyl, I'm sure. Okay, so if we can go to the other elevations. Okay, so on the, so east elevation, was it administration? The administration room?
Entrance, yeah,
Entrance room?
admin entrance.
Yeah,
Cube.
yeah, cube to.
jewel box.
To restudy it, to incorporate it closer to the classroom buildings in some ways. And currently it looks a strongly different type of building than the new classroom building. As well with the east elevation in particular, to study introducing more horizontality to the massing and design and shadows, looking at more of, to make it more compatible with the historic resource and the geometry of the historic resource. And then, let's see, I think that got, and the dentals, we want them repaired on the historic structure, and if they're, and with gold ones option, with gold ones optional.
Did we say that?
Yeah, you can't remove them.
Well, I'm sure you could remove them if you can find some reason to.
Oh, but as a historic resource, we're gonna, that's as an identified element. Now, if you're adding to a spot where it has dentals, you don't have to like keep that dental. You're obviously kind of cut off that portion of the wall to attach.
So we're saying if the existing 2x6 nailed-on dentals are falling off and rotting,
then you
we've
repair
got to
it.
replace them with new 2x6.
Yeah, that's right.
How did the River of Life get removed from the Unity Church? I'm just curious.
I don't.
Probably didn't ask.
That's how a lot of things get. That's how a lot of things get removed, and we'll make you put it back if you come. You know, if there's-
So the report writer did find that detail, a defining part.
Character defining feature that they list. And it is, it's a character defining feature of that. There's very few character defining features on that. There's the pink block, there's an overhang of a certain amount, and there's dentals. And there's whatever the windows were before they were vinyl or whatever, like that, those were, and they're not there anymore, then they're not there anymore. So, I mean, we are the Historic Landmarks Commission.
This is a structure of merit and not a landmark, so.
Yeah, but it's a historic, so that's why our historic things apply.
We are, just so that we're clear on the windows, in the event we decide to change out windows on the school, which I'm sure we're going to have to, the existing, the Robert Inglehoit, I'm thinking that a clear aluminum is the right choice for all of these windows.
Is that what the original was?
Yeah, well, they were like jalousie aluminum windows, yeah.
So something in that vein is probably more supportable, and I'm sure that the historians will have their opinions, their opinions to weigh in.
And Chair Grumbine, what would be so then the new windows in the new buildings would be also that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then that, is that what, well, we'll let you keep going with it, what you're going to be proposing. And then, let's see, is there anything else? I think that covers all the comments I had recorded. Anyone else want to add anything?
No, but I'll make a motion for indefinite continuance with those comments.
Is it possible that we could be continued for the purpose of displaying our reasoning for why story poles would be unnecessary?
Do you want to come back?
Yeah, I would like to get continued if we can.
So a 2-week
Vacation for a
continu-
month.
You're too busy.
You was that last time.
Not doing it
I
on
am.
consent.
He's on vacation
Maybe,
now.
but it doesn't mean that we can't. Steve is more than capable of coming back and demonstrating with 3D views why we,
And we probably won't make fun of his dentals as much.
probably not.
So I think that is up, so that's a request for the
Mr.
staff.
Chair, I would say an indefinite continuance, and then we'll look at agenda availability. The project isn't deemed complete in any case at this stage, so
Okay.
we
So
can look at.
Can we, I mean, obviously, we'll have to talk this over, because there'll be some cost associated with story poles, and there will be some cost associated with the renders to try to get out of those story poles. But theoretically, would we be ready to be referred to Planning Commission at this stage if I decide not to come back and we just decide to put story poles up?
So, Mr. Chair, as another component before this goes to Planning Commission is acceptance of the Phase 2, and you are requiring some changes to the design. So that'll also need to come back before it proceeds to Planning Commission for approvals.
And as we heard earlier, I think the soonest availability is August 30th calendar, so
I'll second Commissioner Uli's.
it's indefinite
Motion.
anyway.
Okay, so we have a motion and a
That's
second.
pretty indefinite.
Yeah.
Under discussion, any other discussion, and the applicant, any other, okay?
Thank you.
I had one other
Commissioner Enstra.
question, and because I made the statement of not having issue with the size, bulk, and scale, but then we started talking about, and then Chair Grumbine brought up, we're looking at this elevation, and I just want to be sure that is it possible that the glass box and the classroom could be studied in terms of, just bringing the whole thing down lower, possibly to be a little bit more horizontal, and along with some of those other pieces that we talked about. I just want to be sure that was open and that
Yeah,
possibility,
I think that was included in your comments.
was it? Well, I made that other comment, so I wanted to.
Okay, so we can add that to it saying, and study, potentially lowering as well. I think my at least personal view on it was that the mass, bulk, and scale in general is still supportable, whether it, at this point, so whether it comes down a little bit to get the design better, that could be an option. But at least at this point, for the Planning Commission purposes, it seemed like this is a reasonable two-story building and a reasonable one and a half story building, and that mass doesn't really need to, it doesn't have to drop just for that.
Right.
You might want to drop for aesthetic reasons, but it doesn't have to drop for,
Yes, and you mentioned about, bringing that roof line through and some other ideas, but I just wanted to be sure that it was clear
yeah.
that.
Okay, so
about
does the
that.
maker of the motion and the second, are they okay with adding that part, that in the study part, the potential for also lowering it to get the proportions to more?
If I can, I just want to be clear that I can't lower the gymnasium because we
Oh, sure.
have
Yeah.
regulation.
So we're talking about just
height.
these two?
The classroom.
Just the classroom and the thing, and as part of a study, not necessarily a have to, but as a study.
Yeah, not a mandate, just when
Okay, so
you
this-
brought it up, so I was appreciating that, and I agree with what you said, so I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I don't want to keep harping on the dentals, although I've observed them over there, and they're not too impressive. But is it possible that the report writer could re-examine their conclusions regarding them and how important they are, and come back with a revised Phase 1 or Phase 2 report?
Mr. Chair, if I can interject, you already voted to accept Phase 1 part of the report.
Well, I understand
So you
that.
voted to accept that the dentals are a
I understand that,
character-defining
but
feature.
they're entitled to have made an error and come back to us and plead.
If they came back with a report that said that, I would vote against it. I would kick it to or vote for kicking it to what's it called, CEQA, and we'd have a disagreement among experts.
Yeah, we don't want the experts to be in disagreement.
Yeah, but
So back to this motion, I'm okay with those clarifying comments about the horizontality. Whether the building adjusts its height, I think is up to the designer of
yeah.
it.
Okay, so that's clear. Any other discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Before I allow you all to escape, can you please make a motion to continue the report? as
Oh,
well?
yes, okay.
I'll make a motion to continue the report. Well, which one? Phase 2? Phase 2. Yeah.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lee, second by Commissioner Drury. Under discussion, any discussion? This is your chance to vote against it. No, I'm just kidding. All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Lenvik,
Aye.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Coming all the way back.
Are we adjourned?
Oh, we are adjourned.